Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Davey.
Here.
Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Here.
Councilmember McCormick.
Here.
It's a brand new battery. Just got it. Oh, I just bought it.
Mayor Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Petros.
Here.
And Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the pledge.
I didn't know that. That's what he had to. Same thing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
They're taping for a video. Is it?
I hope so.
First item on the agenda, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Okay, well, let me lead off by welcoming our new village clerk, Jocelyn Cook. Welcome. We look forward to working with you. Appreciate what you've done thus far. I know it's always interesting herding cats with us. So welcome to the jungle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor.
Next, I do want to recognize we lost an important resident a little while ago. Nale passed away. Unfortunately, he'd been involved, I guess, in a vehicle, and he was unfortunately not able to recover, and he passed away this week. So our condolences to his family. Vito's been a long-term resident. You know, he had Vito's restaurant. Always had a smile, always had a nice thing to say when I ran into him. So very sorry to hear about his passing, and my condolences. And I think everybody on the council shares our condolences go out to the family. I know this is a hard time for them. I also want to talk about the CARES Act dollars. I don't know. I know the manager sent around some information. The Miami-Dade County League of Cities had been discussing with the county how much money should be allocated to the municipalities. As of July 14th, the number that we were being told would be allocated to the municipalities, the 34 municipalities in the county, was approximately $135 million. And manager, you can step in if I say anything incorrectly. That would have given us just a little bit over $1 million would have been allocated to us to cover some costs that we've incurred. And it would have potentially allowed us to assist some of our businesses here on the Key. So Monday, after no forewarning by the county, they decided to cut the number of dollars coming to municipalities to $30 million. All of the municipalities were caught by surprise. I can tell you, I just got off a call because it's still ongoing with the mayors of the municipalities. We're discussing what actions can be taken by the municipalities. But I can assure you that, you know, I will certainly keep you abreast of what goes on, because anything this village would undertake would obviously come before this council for us to take action as to whether or not we support the actions going forward. But it hurts. It hurts us. I also learned that there is an item being considered by the Republican Congressional Caucus that the monies could be used to offset losses. That was something, I know, Madam Manager, we talked about that the monies could not be under the original CARES Act, but potentially going forward, if this were to pass, the monies could be used to offset losses in revenues for municipalities. It's an important thing when you talk about the monies we would receive under CARES Act going from approximately $1.1 million down to less than $250,000. Not happy about it. I expressed my disappointment with Mayor Jimenez's office, and I know that many of the other mayors have expressed themselves in the same way. But I will keep you in the loop. I just wanted to give you a little heads up. I know the manager sent you some information today. Finally, for our community, I want to warn them we have a tropical system off to the east. The projections right now are coming to our shores sometime Saturday or early Sunday morning. I think the problem with that is we've got a full moon tide coming this coming Monday. So that means the tides are going to be up. So I think people just need to be aware. They need to follow this and potentially could expect some localized flooding. But I know the manager and her staff are watching this. but I think people in the community need to be aware of what's going on and pay attention. It's hurricane season. So those are my my brief comments, maybe not so brief today. Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you. I also want to echo your welcoming of our new clerk. Thank you for being here and for some of the things you've already found and uncovered and the good work that you're doing. But I also, unfortunately, have some sad news to share with the community. Since we last met, we've lost two really amazing teachers, one at Master Academy and one at the K-8. At the K-8, Ms. Scales was a middle school social studies teacher who brought just amazing experience and passion to the classroom. I know that when my son had her in 6th grade, he came home amazed to share that she had been as a little girl at the I Have a Dream speech. And I know that her family has been very involved at the K-8. She has a granddaughter there now, and she battled cancer for most of her life and had beat it a few times. And unfortunately, in the end, that was the end. So we will miss her and want to send her family all the support from our community. She really did a lot for the kids at the K-8 and will be very much missed. The other teacher at Master Academy, Mr. Etchie, was a math teacher who also, my family had the wonderful experience of having had him as a teacher. And the same, we got an amazing story the first day of a great joke that he told in geometry class, that if anyone needed the temperature adjusted, he had measured it in the corner and it had been 90 degrees. And all the kids liked the humor he brought to the classroom. And many of our residents may remember that our community came behind him not that long ago when he also had cancer. And then unfortunately, he was hit by a car on Virginia Key. So big losses to our community, and want to send our thoughts out to both families.
I also want to welcome the village clerk, Jocelyn. As you recall, at the last meeting when the tabulation happened, it was I made an effort to move to unanimous consent so that there would be a very clear message that you, no matter how any one of us voted, you were our choice in its entirety. Today, I feel that by resolution or just reflected on the record, we delegated the negotiations to Vice Mayor Moss. He did a good job. I support it, but I want to get on the record. Either if it's a resolution, I'll do it now, that we all unanimously approve that agreement so that there's no, we need to move forward as one unit. So there's no doubt that you are our choice and the conditions are acceptable to all of us. Let the record reflect that.
Anybody else with brief comments? Okay, hearing none, let's move on.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the agenda: approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay, and I've got one item. We have a county commissioner candidate who'd asked to speak. So with the indulgence of council, I would have her speak before we start the public comments, or I would have her do the first public comment. You know, we allow the candidates to come and speak to us. So I thought that would be appropriate at this time. So I would just like to add that to the agenda. I apologize for the late. I just didn't know about it until yesterday. That's my only item. Councilmember Segurola.
I believe Councilmember London was waving before me, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember London. I can never tell if he's waving or attacking a dog.
I will defer to Ignacio's age.
All right, one of you add or delete.
I just propose that we deal with the manager's agenda item regarding the bike lanes at the beginning. I believe that with the discussion we had last time, that may be relatively quick, so then we can move on to the meat of the meeting.
You would like to move the bike lanes, which is the resolution 9A. You'd like to move that up to
To,
front of 8.
correct.
I mean, we only have 3 things on the agenda.
Yeah, but
Could we put a time certain to so that we complete whatever we need to do on this agenda and get into the workshop part, because that's really what the bulk of this meeting really is supposed to be.
Agree with Brett on that.
yeah.
We
well,
need,
I
we
would
need
say
to make
8
sure we
8
don't let the
let's say
meeting
8
side.
p.m. Is that agreeable? 8 p.m. No later than 8 p.m. We get to the budget.
Or 7:30 maybe, because that's an hour and a half.
Okay.
8 p.m. is better.
I think 8 p.m. gives us enough time, and if we get done earlier, we'll start earlier. Let's get it done earlier. I'm with you, but I think we need time. These are legitimate issues well, I think we want to talk them through. All right. Anybody else? Additions, deletions?
Yes, Mr. Manager.
Well,
Oh,
You're
Councilmember
the
London.
You're the manager. I'm the mayor.
And I have a,
Let me go London, and then Laredo, and then manager.
brief status of horticulturist arborist. Discussion.
Council items?
Discussion
Okay. Status of horticulturist
/ arborist.
/ arborist. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Laredo.
yes, at our last meeting, we approved the sending for referendum, the $100 million debt obligation.
Right.
It did not have the kind of, I was surprised, and I guess I better just read the fine print from now on. Such a significant decision was not, of course, there was not a lot of public notice. In fact, very little participation, except the 3 or 4 people that we all know speak all the time on this issue and almost every other issue. I even myself had a hard time participating. So I think there's a feeling in the community that they want to have a little bit more input on this major decision. And since either one of those 5 who voted for it can ask for a motion to reconsider, and then we can have a discussion when people can participate, or if not, I guess that could be my first question. If there's such a person, then we can avoid the second request, so that we have a discussion on that issue, so that people feel at least they had an ability to participate more fully in what is significant. It's a significant event. It went through as a resolution, so it does not require a second reading, which is a little strange. It may be right on the margins of what's admissible, but it's not good public policy. I believe we're trying to strive to keep people, notwithstanding what opinions they have, an ability to participate. And the community has shown an interest in this issue, both for and against.
Do we have somebody who's going to put it forward for reconsideration? Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The Councilmember Laredo asked if any of the 5 who voted for the resolution would bring it back for reconsideration, and nobody thus far has stated they would do so.
All right. So
I would like to add go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that I understand, Councilmember Laredo, what you're saying, but I believe that everybody will have a say in it. It will be on November, and we have our time to do our due diligence, to talk to the community, ask the questions, and it will be the vote of the people to make the actual decision. So that's why I do not think that we should have to bring this back just to decide whether it's going to be on the ballot or not.
I would echo what Brett's saying, Luis. And one of the things that I seem to feel that the community doesn't understand is we didn't vote to pass a $100 million bond. We voted to put this on the ballot so that the community would have a voice. And there's other things that may limit it. And we're going to have a discussion about the language of the charter amendment tonight. But I personally think that it is a good policy to put this to the people, especially given the sentiment that occurred with the individual project of undergrounding, and that people felt like they weren't being heard and couldn't have a vote. And this is a chance for the public to have a vote, and we need to educate them on exactly what they're voting about. But it's
I don't, Councilmember Petra, but do you want to have a discussion item on this? Because this is really additions, deletions, and I feel like we're.
Well, Well, you know, Mayor, I know that you like to cut off conversation, but this is.
I'm not trying to cut, but I want to make it
Well,
appropriate.
I know you tried that last time, and thanks to my other colleagues, who I appreciate, I was able to speak to this issue. It is $100 million decision. It's been done with very little notice. People are in very particularly difficult circumstances, so they're not paying attention to things that are going on. I think this is of the magnitude, and we are a representative democracy. We are elected to make decisions. I like to sin in the side of more participation. I am, and it's erroneous to put to the people that this is either you're for or against resiliency issue. There are very specific reasons why we should postpone this. It seems to me the reasonable thing to do, and at least to give people an opportunity to participate. I couldn't do it before, as they will have on the ordinance. But I just think if that's not the case, then I would like, I feel it's the wrong time, at the wrong kind of, with very little specificity. We're asking them to we're putting things on the ballot with round numbers, with very little information. The two of the three issues of resiliency that are on the way within debt service, which is flood control and beach can be done as we are, and they're more shovel ready. And I do not see the need to rush these through people. If you were to set up circumstances in which you wanted to defeat the concept of investing in resiliencies, I could not come up with a better scheme to have people vote. What if we lose this? There's no one here knows what would happen in an election. But this is a very difficult time for people. People in Key Biscayne are hurting financially, they're hurting emotionally, they're hurting in their employment. They don't need any more burden. This is going to be a nasty campaign. And I don't see the need for it now. What they need is tranquility, serenity from us as a gift, and they need a gift from us that we're going to do a lot of due diligence to stop the runaway spending we have in this village government. We've gone.
Why don't we make this discussion?
Hold on. Okay,
No,
Council, Vice Mayor. Yeah.
And I'm just saying, why don't we make it a discussion item if we want to discuss it? I mean,
Yeah, and if not, I also want to make a motion.
Discuss what? Whether or not
Guys,
someone wants to
Councilmember
bring it
Laredo
back.
has
He
the
asked
guys.
question.
Respectfully, Councilmember Laredo has the floor. Let him finish his thought, and then we can move on. Councilmember London is after him. He raised his hand. So Councilmember Laredo, please continue.
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to arrive at a reasonable, just among us, to discuss it anymore. Then both may not change. But my hands are tied, and a lot of people that I think I represent to get input. So I guess the other, because there's no need for a second reading. So I would make a motion or put on the agenda a motion to be considered later during that to call for a special meeting, no later than Friday the 31st, and we would consider this thing, and a motion to call a special meeting to rescind this resolution. And then
London?
we can have the discussion and can have another vote. People deserve to hear more facts than they have done before we put it on the expense and the trouble and the stress on our community or on our finances that this implies. It's not the right time. It's not the right time, and it's not necessary to comply with what we need to do resiliency right now. It can wait a year and we'll be perfectly fine. And I think
London? Sorry, I apologize. I thought you'd finished.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Fine.
Councilmember London?
I just want to know, did they get the status of Harbor Park, which was an additional item I asked to be put on the agenda? Is that on the agenda for this evening? I
No,
don't
it's
have to
not.
look on the agenda.
It's not.
We had put that for the August meeting, sir.
I wanted it for tonight. Thank you.
I think now would be the time to do that then.
Okay,
So for
Harbor, status of the Harbor Park, is that correct, Ed?
That's correct.
all right, so I would then put that on the additions, for today, a resolution to call for a special meeting to rescind, no later than Friday, 31st.
With respect, sir, well, Mr. Attorney, what's this, how does that work?
Yeah, that would
Well, I think that if
Ready
there's
to
not
leave.
agreement on how to set the agenda, then on the items where there's disagreement.
I can't hear you.
Chad, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. for those items that there's a disagreement on setting the agenda, you'll take a specific vote on it.
Okay,
That's how the council has handled it historically.
okay. All right. So you.
I'm sorry, I don't understand though exactly what we'd be voting on. Could you explain exactly what the motion is? Because
Sure,
if it's to call back the resolution, it has to be one of the people who voted. Yes, Chad?
Yeah.
That is correct, to have a motion to reconsider. I think what Councilmember Laredo is saying is to call for a special call meeting to actually rescind the resolution, which is
Right.
different than a
Okay, so
reconsider.
motion
of
to
it.
call a special call meeting. I just want to be clear.
But let me make sure that I tried first. All I'm trying to do is give the people an opportunity, we go final, to have their views heard. I first tried to see if any of you five who voted for it would rescind, and we would have that conversation. It may or may not change the date, the vote. But having that door close to me, I think the only option I have is to have an agenda item calling for a special meeting where we will
Understood?
have a discussion and people can have their views expressed, and we'll retake a vote. And that's the only way I can try to save people's ability to participate in this very important decision.
Thank you. Madam Manager, did you have something to add or delete? And I'm sorry, Councilmember Petros, were you going to add something?
I was just gonna ask Councilmember Laredo if we could add it as a discussion item to discuss this issue, and then maybe you can make that motion in the discussion item, but to make it so narrow is going to keep us from having a discussion.
Correct. I want to have the discussion. I don't want to be narrow and I don't want to be legalistic. That's why I tried the soft approach. I tried to do it. I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing that we owe our taxpayers and citizens in a very difficult circumstances. And we will foreclose any discussion that they were not properly heard. They were not properly heard. For whatever reason, people are not as thoroughly informed as we are, even though we're all volunteers. And most things that are even much less important, we have ordinances as second reading. So I've explored the legal avenues, and clearly you don't need a resolution as second reading. So I'm appealing to some degree of flexibility on public policy, and in the spirit and tranquility and the reality in which we live in, that we give people that opportunity. That's all. If you want to do it under discussion, let's do it under discussion. If you foreclose that, or it could be just a motion to reconsider from one of you five, and we will have the discussion. A motion to reconsider does not imply that you change your vote. It just means we can have the discussion.
So let's be clear, for the clerk's purposes, you are asking for a discussion item on a motion to discuss a motion for a special call meeting regarding the resolution that put the general obligation bond issue on the ballot for.
If we don't have the opportunity tonight, then we should have it another day.
Okay.
Can we make that cleaner than what you just said? Can we make that cleaner, the wording?
It's a discussion item as to whether or not to have a special call meeting on the resolution that was approved.
Can we just say it's a discussion item on the resolution that was approved to put the language on the ballot as opposed to the stuff in the middle?
What's the stuff in the middle?
I mean,
just be informative to the people, to help them understand what that vote was about.
But, okay.
I don't know.
I just want to be clear that what we're having is a discussion to have a special call meeting. That's the.
Why don't we start it and see how?
Hold on. Councilmember
Laredo
is asking for a discussion to have that. If you want it broader.
That's fine. That's fine, Mayor. That's fine. And then we'll see where it leads. That's okay. Fine.
Councilmember London.
Can I make a suggestion which might make everybody happy? And that is that what Luis is saying, and basically saying a lot of people don't understand, number one, why we've introduced this, why we're looking forward to doing it. And he's probably right. A lot of people don't know what we're doing. By the same token, I think what might solve their problem, and not problem, but give them more information and make them better able to understand and be more educated when it comes to casting a vote in November, is let's have you guys call it a workshop, a meeting or whatever, where everybody gets together, where all the people who are interested in discussing it, we're learning about it, and we discuss the whole thing. And possibly after that, we listen to people's complaints or why they don't like it or why they do like it. Maybe at that point in time, one of us will want to reconsider and have vote on it again. But until that time, I think it stands because there's no one changing their mind. By the same token, I do respect the fact that people want to have more input and learn more about it. Well, they should, because like listening and reading the chats, it's absolutely unbelievable what people are saying and what people are believing. It is so far from reality or what we intend to do that I think Luis is 100% correct. Let's have a workshop. Let's have a meeting where we can discuss this, only this, and have, everybody can participate. All the public can participate. We can participate. Our experts can participate. Staff can participate. And after that's all said and done, if any of us wants to rechange or reconsider the motion, then we can do that. Does that satisfy you, Luis?
That is, and that is what I was trying to do. The only thing that you need to understand, and that's why I put it in a motion, it has to be done before Friday, either this Thursday or Friday.
Right.
You call it a workshop, I call it a meeting, but it's the opportunity.
Because he's right that it has to, if we're going to change
be before
the ballot, it has to happen before the end of the month.
Well, fine, do it before the Friday. What's the difference? That's fine with me.
Well, because are you giving people, well, okay, let's have
Today's Tuesday.
additions, deletions.
And the discussion.
Right. Okay. Anybody else other than the manager? I know the manager has been waiting patiently. Manager?
Yes, the only suggestion I have is that we defer the solid waste ordinance. I sent out an email earlier today. There were some discrepancies that came up, and I don't think it's as mission critical as the rest of the items on tonight's agenda.
All right.
Okay. All right. Hearing nothing else.
I'm sorry,
let's
you're.
vote. Okay, everybody else good?
The first
Madam-
ordinance?
I'm sorry, Jocelyn, I couldn't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're removing
We're
the first ordinance on solid waste?
Correct.
Deferring a date certain to the August council meeting, the regular meeting.
August 25th, I believe.
You got it.
Okay. Okay, we can do a voice vote on the,
All those in, okay, all those in favor of the agenda changes?
aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda approved as amended.
Okay.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a special presentation by Raquel Regalado, who is running for Miami-Dade County Commissioner in District 7.
Correct.
Hi, everyone. How you doing?
Good. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Can't see you.
Yes, we can.
Thank
Hear
you.
us?
Thank you. Yeah, I tried to log on so that you can see me, but it wasn't working. So I just decided to go old school, and at least you can hear me. So
Absolutely.
at least that's a step in the right direction. But I was actually watching you guys, so I can see you, but you can't see me. But first of all, thank you very much. I know these are difficult times, and these meetings are challenging. I was actually talking to a friend of mine that we should rewrite Dante's Inferno, and there should be a whole thing about Zoom, right, and Skype, because we're all very frustrated to be using these platforms. But I just wanted to take an opportunity to talk to you guys about why I'm running for county commissioner, why I want to represent you. Some of you know me very well when I was your school board member. Some of us were even childhood friends. And it's great to say hello to you all. As you guys know, when I ran for the school board in 2010, I knocked on doors in Key Biscayne, and the number one issue that I was told about was that Key Biscayne didn't have a high school. And I promised in 2010 that I would do everything in my power to give Key Biscayne a high school. And everyone laughed and said that they had been asking for 38 years and that was legitimately impossible. And here we are. Mass Academy is now the high school for Key Biscayne. And I think it really was the model for how the school board can work with the municipality and come to a common good despite a lot of controversy. For those of you who were on the Key when that was happening, you'll remember that I was accused of everything under the sun, including selling out because of Key Biscayne. But then and now, I've always been a proponent of neighborhood schools and how schools can build neighborhoods. And I actually decided to leave the school board to run for county mayor in 2016 because I wanted to work on vocational programs. I wanted to work on economic development and really do that work at the county so that then we can translate that to the school district. And it was a very hard fought thing to try to explain to people how the county impacts our daily lives and how the county impacts schools. And then came a pandemic. So now I no longer have to say that anymore. Everyone got the memo. Everyone understands that the decisions that are made at the county impact our daily lives, and that the decisions made at the county will also impact our ability, to reopen schools, even though the grand majority of people like myself have chosen virtual because we just have zero confidence in the district's ability to meet certain guidelines. But that being said, I would really love the opportunity to speak to you all individually and to constituents about the future of Key Biscayne. I know that at the county level, there's been so many infrastructure needs. For those of you who remember the 16 campaign, I spoke a lot about WASA. I spoke a lot about DERM, about the non-compliance with the federal mandate, about the water plants, about ocean outfall. And sadly, it fell on deaf ears. I think now we have a different situation, and I'm still completely committed to that. And one of the good things is that in Tallahassee, they've changed their mindset too. And now they're providing funding for septic to sewer if we meet with ocean outfall. In DC 2 months ago, finally, Miami-Dade County got an EPA loan to move forward with ocean outfall, but this directly impacts you all, right? Because one of those plants is your neighbor, and the county really has been very derelict in terms of the maintenance of that plant and ocean outfall and the impact that it has on all of our beaches, but also on yours. So I would love an opportunity to talk about that, to talk about, obviously the bridge and everything that's happened there, and how the county can be of service to the village of Key Biscayne as opposed to in an adversarial relationship with the village of Key Biscayne. So I just like to give, what if you guys have any questions, if you want to talk about any specific issues, obviously I'm always available, and our biggest concern right now is getting people to go out and vote, because it's difficult to campaign under these circumstances. As you all know, it's difficult to get people to focus on an August 18th election when they're worried about so many things.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? I appreciate you coming and talking to us.
Always.
Always.
And listen, I did it as a, thank you. I did it as a school board member, and that's my commitment as hopefully your future county commissioner. When I was on the school board, I went to the meetings and I reported on the state of our schools. As your commissioner, I will go to your meetings so we can talk about the county. I'll never expect you to come to county hall. That's painful for everyone, but hopefully, we can bridge the gap and really work together and reshape things so that it works for everyone. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to the village of Key Biscayne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is public comments.
Okay. Do we have anybody signed up? Please remember, state your name, your address, if you're a hired consultant or a village employee, and or if engaged in lobbying activities and or representing an organization. For the record, you have 3 minutes. Do we have anybody signed up? That would be the first step.
Mr. Mayor, there is one caller, phone number ending in 047. Caller, again, you'll have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record. Caller, you are live.
This is Gary Gross, 194 Fairway Knoll, Boone, North Carolina. Also 211 Island Drive, Key Biscayne. Hi, everybody. Very strange times we have. Thanks for holding in there, staying in there, and doing your thing. It's not easy. I know that. I wanted to talk about one issue, which is near and dear to me, and I think a lot of people on the Key, and that is our public safety. I know that in this budget process, there's some discussion of possibly doing some significant cuts to the budget of our 2 public safety departments. I went through several budget years, and I know it's a very tedious and tough time of the year, and lots of decisions need to be made. But I don't think that this is a good time, if there ever is, to cut the funding for our public service. I think that if you all recall, we've done surveys of our people in 2015 and then again in 2018. And far and away, the highest satisfaction level of all of our residents was with our two public safety departments. It's also always been, public safety has always been one of the highest priorities of the residents of this community, dating way back to when we incorporated. And one of the primary reasons that we successfully incorporated is because of the lack of satisfaction of our residents with the public safety, both fire and police, that we had back then. And there was a strong, strong desire to have more than that, better than that. I think that one of the reasons that we need to continue to fund these two departments is because public safety is not staffed for day-to-day activities, no more than the U.S. military is. Public safety is staffed to be there when unforeseen situations occur, when emergencies occur, when things that aren't day-to-day activities come up, and they need to be capable of dealing with those things. And we're living in a very strange world today, probably a more dangerous world than we have in a very long time, maybe ever. We're a very fortunate community, a very affluent community, and therefore a community that could very easily be targeted when things get, or if things get a lot worse than they are now. And I think that our public safety departments are basically our primary, maybe our only line of defense if those kind of things happen. Hopefully they never will, but who knows? That's why we need to keep them strong. I think that it would be a really good idea, and I don't say this at all disrespectfully, to realize that you all are up there to represent the people that voted to put you up there. And I think that if you look at the surveys, and especially if you talk to the residents that voted, you'll find out that what I'm saying is a very, very common and high priority idea of all of our residents. And I don't think this is something that should be done without significant input. I don't think it's something that should be done at all. And I would urge you to do whatever is necessary to keep both of our public safety departments very strong, very well equipped, very well manned, and very capable of taking care of anything that comes down the pike that we
Gary,
really
I gotta
need
ask
them
you to wrap
for.
up because we're over the 3.5 minutes.
That was actually the last thing I wanted to say, so your timing is perfect. And I really appreciate your hearing this, and good luck with the rest of your meeting.
Thank you, sir. Next caller.
All right, our next caller is going to be phone number ending in 574. Caller, you will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Caller, you are live.
Hi, Jan Dillo, 350 West Heather Drive, Key Biscayne. I'm calling about the GO bond, so I hope this is the right time to talk about it. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'm in favor of the GO bond that I think will fund projects that will prolong the life of the island. I'm also in favor of excluding the bonds from the debt cap so that we can preserve the village's financial flexibility. I want to speak on 3 topics tonight. First, to clarify misconceptions about the bonds. Second, to explain why I think we can do only one project if the bonds are not excluded from the debt cap. And third, to a few words on how I, as a former bond analyst, think how long I think it's going to take for us to actually access the market. Item 1, there's a lot of what I believe to be misconceptions about the bond referendum in several of the village chats. I don't want to be spreading falsehoods, so here is my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong afterwards. There's no plan to issue a $100 million bond, not now, not in the foreseeable future. The strategy proposed by the village CFO is to issue smaller tranches of debt periodically over a multi-year period. These tranches will fund shovel-ready projects that have been fully vetted and approved by a supermajority of the sitting council, with the full input of residents who will be able to opine at every milestone along the way. Secondly, the village may or may not need to issue the total amount of authorized. The amount will vary depending on the projects approved and the monies we could receive from grants and potential infrastructure stimulus programs. Third, the projects that comprise the request have been discussed at council meetings in varying levels of depth for some years, but that doesn't guarantee that any will be approved in whole or in part. In other words, the scope of the projects could be changed or completely voided. There is nothing carved in stone. Fourth, the bond referendum doesn't trigger any immediate financial consequences. This is only a placeholder that says the village can issue bonds. It doesn't say that they will issue bonds or that they must issue bonds. And finally, the second referendum does not abolish the debt cap. It just excludes the GO bonds. All existing and future debt issuance would be subject to the limitation. Item 2. Some seem to believe that the village could fund at least 2 projects using the money available under the current debt cap limit. I don't think so, but we probably could do 1 project. Here's my reasoning. Part of the process of issuing debt is to get a rating from the debt rating agencies. 2 important factors are debt leverage and liquidity. If we want any prayer of maintaining our ratings and getting decent pricing on a bond issue, we have to leave some ability to borrow under the debt cap to maintain liquidity. Let's look at a hypothetical, and I want to be crystal clear. This is only a hypothetical. This will not happen. I'm not even sure it can happen, but let's assume that we have found some grants and other money, and over a 5 to 7 year period, we've used up all of our debt capacity and are busily building elevated roads and offshore breakwaters. Then we get hit with a hurricane that uses up all of our emergency reserves. Currently about $4 million, I think, is set aside. I think Irma cost is $4.3 million. So this is not even the big one, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. There would be no need to panic since we're going to get money from FEMA, except it takes a very long time to get money from FEMA. We've only received about 25% of the money we expect related to Irma to date, and it's been 3 years. But what if there's another hurricane? In 2005, we got hit by 2 hurricanes, Katrina and Wilma. Or what if we experience some other catastrophe, like, I don't know, a sinkhole on Crandon that's not covered by insurance because it's considered an act of God? Or what if we just have signed a contract to do a large renovation on the community center? I don't know. You guys know more than I do. Use your imagination.
Dan, I've got to ask you to wrap up. I'm sorry, we're over 3.
Okay, where are we going to get the money? I don't think we can get the money unless we have financial flexibility. So we only have time to do 1 project. That's it. If we do the debt cap issue. Okay, that's it, I guess.
Thanks for your time.
All right, our next caller is telephone number ending in 235. Caller, state your name and address for the record. Caller, you are live.
Good evening, members of the Village Council, Manager Aga, and welcome to the new clerk, Jocelyn Cook. My name is Tony Winton. I live at 121 Crandon Boulevard. I am speaking as an individual resident, but I am also a journalist. And later this year, I hope to join others in launching a nonprofit news organization called the Key Biscayne Independent. Consider this statement about sea level rise as an analysis piece about a topic that will be a focus of future coverage. Our motto will be coming from America's founding father, John Adams, who famously said that facts are stubborn things. So let's talk about facts even as a tropical storm is about to threaten us once again. Sea level rise is a fact, and indeed it is proving to be a stubborn thing. As a journalist, I have covered this environmental phenomena for decades. I have interviewed leading scientists and engineers all over the country. The data is overwhelming. You may know there is a federal government tide gauge sensor on Virginia Key. Last year, there were 160 hours of flood level conditions, shattering previous records, according to meteorologist Brian McNulty at the University of Miami's Rosenstiel School. Sea level rise is not a crisis that's going to happen. It's a crisis that is already happening. To put it simply, time's up. Several studies have shown that sea level rise is already lowering property values in Key Biscayne, just as it is all over South Florida. Then there are the widely reported effects on insurance and other markets. Tonight, this council will be taking a monumental first step. Will it be a giant leap like Neil Armstrong took 51 years ago on the moon? Or will it be a step backwards into ignorance and fear? Critics have falsely labeled this a blank check, even though they know the only thing on this agenda is putting the borrowing capacity question on the November ballot for voters to decide. But I submit that a failure to act is the true blank check. The true blank check is the unknown but almost certainly more expensive cost of postponing, delaying, or worst of all, doing nothing. Moreover, this true blank check is the one that you are sticking to future generations, like someone who skips out of a restaurant tab. You know what? I don't think that's a very Key Biscayne nice thing to do. Now, to be clear, nature doesn't care whether we are a resilient community or not, just as the coronavirus doesn't care whether we wear masks or not. The coronavirus simply wants to jump into every throat it can, and rising seas want to overrun every piece of land it can. Key Biscayne didn't create greenhouse gases by itself, and it can't reverse sea level rise by itself. But it is in a unique position among American coastal cities to light the way. Which other cities have nationally known scientific institutions just a couple of miles away? Look at our village seal for a moment. It features a lighthouse, our icon. What is the function of a lighthouse? It's to prevent shipwrecks, and metaphorically, its function could be the same today, to prevent a shipwreck of our community and its way of life. It is calling us to steer away from danger to a place of safety. The choice before you tonight is fundamentally about trust. Put simply, do you trust the voters of this community to make the right decision? Do you trust the voters of this community to listen to the science? Do you trust the voters of this community to attend dozens of future meetings about the details of the projects and the financial details? Do you trust them to hold you accountable? I do. You know why? Because they'll have, with a bit of luck, they'll be reading the Key Biscayne Independent and they'll get the facts. Good night and see you on the radio.
Thank you. Next caller. Do we have any more callers?
There's one more caller, telephone number ending in 501. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. And caller, you are live.
Caller?
Hi, this is Louisa Conway. Good evening, Council.
Just state your address, please.
I'm just calling in. Sorry. Louisa Conway, 151 Crandon Boulevard.
Thank you.
I just wanted, I'm going to take an opposing point of view, surprise. I am requesting that each of you vote against amending the village charter this evening. And I'm hoping that, by supporting this amendment to the charter, by not going against the charter, I wanted to make sure that the public is fully aware that the action and the vote that is taken tonight is essentially creating two borrowing options for the village, one via the charter and the other via voter approval for GOB. These two borrowing options could alter the village's 30-year history of being fiscally responsible, and I think places us on a path toward unforeseen financial disaster. I find this bond process very concerning because the initiative seemed to be privately driven, and as far as I can see, was not initiated by our Chief Administrator, Manager Agar. I have a couple questions. Why was a private resident's $100 million bond request not sent to the manager to be evaluated and developed into strategic projects? Why was a resident, non-village employee initiative for a bond request more of a priority than our manager's request for an $18 million stormwater general obligation bond that I think she came to the council with last year? You have yet to respond and take action on the village manager's request for the $18 million. Upgrading the village's stormwater maintenance is part of our continued resilience. And we've been doing that for the past 25 years. So my question is, are you asking voters to approve $100 million and later will ask voters to approve $18 million general obligation fund for the stormwater upgrade? Because she did ask you that and you haven't taken action. I mean, I hope you all see that the predicament that you have placed the Key Biscayne taxpayer. We might be looking at an $18 million bond that is excluded, if I read the referendum correctly, from the $100 million. So the stormwater management system is due for an upgrade. When do you plan to approve the $18 million bond in addition to the $100 million bond that you're currently asking the voters and the 5,000 taxpayers who have to pay this? I haven't seen anybody standing up for them on that council. Maybe definitely Councilmember Laredo, to which all taxpayers on this island thank you for your valiant effort to stand up for us, because no one else seems to be standing up for us. The council seems completely disconnected from what is happening. The county itself is contemplating giving an extension to property taxpayers. So I am begging all of you to please rethink this. I know you want this to go to the voters. I completely agree with you, but not at this time. I think we need to pull back a little bit and really rethink about the times that we're living in. We ourselves are experiencing dropping property values. Are we opposed to resiliency? Of course not. We have been doing it for 25 years, and we will continue to do it. So that's all I'm asking each of you tonight, to please really, truly ponder this and to really think about us, the Key Biscayne taxpayers, because no one seems to be doing that. So I'm just hoping this evening
Okay, Ms.
some
Conway.
logic will prevail on the council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that seems to be the last caller.
Okay, we'll close public comments. There are no, well, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, just a very small matter, but I want to make sure, since she's new as a clerk, and we didn't have minutes from last meeting, but I want to make sure that what I said earlier, you got that. I want in my pursuit of serenity and tranquility for this island, that we have unanimous approval of her hiring, and also the agreement that was negotiated on our behalf by Vice Mayor Moss. I don't know if she got that clear, but I want to make sure that it's on the record.
Madam Clerk, do you have that on the record?
So moved.
I want to make it a motion so it's not confusion. I'll make it a motion.
So moved.
All right.
That we
He seconded the
reaffirm
motion.
unanimous vote.
Discussion?
And also,
Okay, understood. Discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's been
Thank
done.
you.
Next item. Next item, Madam Clerk, would be 9A.
You're mute.
You're muted. You have to unmute yourself.
Maybe
I think
she
she's
can't.
frozen.
There you go. Welcome to the council.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. We've all done it.
So I'll just repeat myself. The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the second reading of an ordinance.
No, we've actually skipped, we decided to put the resolution first. We moved resolution 9A up forward.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, rescinding resolution number 2020-22, accepting a $100,000 grant from the Florida Department of Transportation for the Crandon Boulevard Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Project, and approving an agreement related to the same and providing for an effective date.
We need somebody to move this.
So
I'll
moved.
move this.
I'm
Second.
sorry, who moved it? Segurella?
Segurella
Yes.
moved it.
Second.
London seconded.
Thank you.
On the ball today.
You want to call the question, or?
Councilmember McCormick?
No, it's okay if you're ready to call the question.
Sorry. Call the question. All those in favor of rescinding the resolution, let's do a roll call vote.
Roll call. All those in favor?
Now let's do a roll call vote.
By
Okay.
name.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
No.
Councilmember McCormick,
No,
Vice Mayor Moss,
No.
Councilmember Petros,
No.
Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
Councilmember, excuse me, Mayor Davey.
No.
So the end result of this, that we're going to spend $200,000 of our money in these difficult times. We're facing a budget crisis to build a bike path for our outsiders to come in safely.
Well, let's
Just,
make that clear. We have $100,000 from the state, so we're not
Yeah,
spending.
200,000 of ours and 100,000
there
is
was
also
no
our
discussion
taxpayers'
on
fund.
this item.
There was no discussion,
Correct.
correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I
We're
understand.
moving
the-
on.
Second item.
The second item, next item, second reading.
Next item is the second reading of an ordinance An ordinance of the Village Council of Key Biscayne, Florida, providing for the submission to the village electors for approval or disapproval in accordance with section 6.02 AI of the village charter, a proposed amendment to section 4.10 of the village charter entitled Borrowing, to provide that general obligation bonds approved by the electorate be excluded from the village charter's limit on debt, providing requisite ballot language for submission of the charter amendment to the electorate, calling for a special election on the proposed charter amendment to be held on Tuesday, 3rd day of November 2020, in conjunction with the general election being held on said date, providing for voting at the polls, providing for notice of election, providing for requisite ballot language, providing for inclusion in the charter, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Is that London, Councilmember London? Thank you.
And let's open it for public comment. Do we have anybody signed up, Pete?
Mr. Mayor, I don't see anyone signed up for public comment.
Okay. I'll give them a couple seconds to see if anybody wants to chime in. Anybody? All right. I'm going to close public comment and I'll start off. Look, since we passed this ordinance on first reading, I've spoken with many residents who are both for and against the proposed amendment to our charter. I have heard valid arguments from both sides as to the legitimacy of their respective positions. Those who support leaving the debt cap as is point out that it has served us well in the 20-odd years that it has been in our charter. Those who support amending the charter make compelling arguments that the change is necessary to maintain our strong financial rating and provide us with the flexibility to both finance the necessary infrastructure projects and allow us to be prepared for unexpected expenses such as hurricane recovery should we need it. As I said, both sides have compelling points, but we are not voting on that right now. We are voting on whether this issue is so important that it should ultimately be decided by the voters. I think it is. This is possibly the most important issue to come before us since incorporation. Councilmember Laredo opposes the amendment and has stated his reasons for his position. Councilmember London supports the amendment and has made his statements to that effect. Let them continue to advocate for what they believe, but let the people make the final choice in November. This November is important because it is a presidential election, which will increase voter turnout here on Key Biscayne. And this issue is important and deserves the highest amount of participation possible by our residents. That's why I support that we go forward with this charter amendment at this time. Does anybody else have any comments? Councilmember Segarola?
I'm going to speak, but I'm really not going to be speaking to the council because it's basically a foregone conclusion that this will go forward. I'll speak to the residents of Key Biscayne. At the last meeting, I gave a lot of reasons why I'm against this. I still stand by those, a few others. First and foremost, I would like the residents of Key Biscayne to know that if this passes in November, that will be the last time they have any say whatsoever over the spending of $100 million in Key Biscayne. From that point forward, it will be solely in the hands of council to decide whether or not to spend money on a project. Number two, I find it quite hypocritical to say that it should be put in the hands of the voters. Because if you will all recall, a year and a half ago, the undergrounding project came to a screeching halt when it looked like the voters were not in favor of what the council wanted to do. And at that time, there were some very vocal people who said that this should not go to the voters. We are a representative democracy, and that's what the council's job is. But now we're hearing the opposite from those same people. In the end, I'm happy it goes to the voters. I have gotten a lot of feedback over the past few weeks about this. I say 90% of the people are greatly against it. And as a matter of fact, aside from the small group of bond brigade, let's call them, that is very vocal in pushing this forward, everyone else seems to be against this. And I fully look forward to the voters making the right call in November, because if not, we are going to be headed head first down a slippery slope with a $100 million credit line. And Councilmember Moss, I take part, I read what you wrote in the Islander, and honestly, I did not understand it, because from what I understood you wrote is that we are simply creating the option of having a bond for these projects. That option always exists without this vote. At some point in the future, if the council wants to do a project, we could do a general obligation bond for one project once we know what it is, and we put it before the voters. We don't have to lump everything together into a $100 million credit line. In addition, we're going to be supposedly planning out many projects over potentially 10 years. You can kiss the AAA rating goodbye. And if, no matter how low you think interest rates are now, if we're going to take out $100 million in bonds, we will not get the lowest rate down the road when you're asking for approximately 3 times the village budget. So I'm sorry, all the arguments for it do not hold water. I think it is also very disingenuous that this is being presented as if you vote for it, you're for resiliency, but if you vote against it, you're against resiliency. No, that has absolutely nothing to do with this. If you vote against it, you are for fiscal responsibility. We can do every project we need. We have 2 projects that are at the ready. We have the stormwater, which has a completely separate financing vehicle that does not require this bond. That is the closest we have to do and put a shovel in the ground. After that, you have the undergrounding, which has been stalled again for about 1.5 years, which we could have been ahead of the curve. Now we're behind the curve. And most people don't even understand what's going on with undergrounding. At the very end, to the residents and the voters of Key Biscayne, this will pass today. I urge you vote in the voting booth in November. You vote no on the 100 million, and you vote no on this resolution to exclude, somehow magically redefine debt. That general obligation bond does not mean a debt according to the debt cap. That's all.
Vice Mayor, and then did anybody else raise their hand? I haven't seen anybody else raise their hand.
I want to speak.
Petros, and then Councilmember Laredo.
Well, thank you very much, Councilmember Segurola, for reading what I wrote. I think you may have to read it closer again. I disagree with almost everything that you said, except there was one thing in there that I did agree with, that we can do the projects. But what I basically was saying is that what this bond, this referendum vote is not voting on debt. We're not voting on bond. We are able to take out debt no matter what, and we're able to do projects no matter what. And it does not negate the same process that we have to go through, whether it's a GOB or not a GOB. The fact that this vote, if it is approved, not this one that we're voting on today, but the one that we already voted to be on the ballot, which is the $100 million bond referendum, if that is approved by our electorate, all it does is allow us to look at another option when we do have a project ready. Even if the first project is in 10 years from now, we have an option on the table. That project could be a $5 million project. And we have an option on the table to look at a GOB to see if that could yield us the best rate at that time for our taxpayers. We still have to go through public approvals. We still have to do everything, budget, put all the stuff, put the details together. But we can go and ask and use the GOB as a funding mechanism if it yields the best rate. For me, fiscal responsibility, that's being physically responsible. I understand your argument is that we should ask the voters at every project to ask them if we should go out for a GOB, but that's inefficient. The amount it costs to go onto a ballot every single time to ask every project is insane. Some projects are so large that because a GOB must be paid within 3 years from the time that it's pooled, some projects may have 5 general obligation bonds that need to be pooled. So that means we have to go through referendums for each one of these. It's just mind-boggling of how many times we would have to go through this. What we're asking the voters is, in the future councils may have these types of projects that fall under this type of infrastructure that may come up. Would we be allowed to look at GOBs as an option if it is in the best interest for all of us? That's what we're asking. So we're not asking for $100 million tomorrow, and we're not going to pull out $100 million, and we're not locking in low interest rates. That's all garbage. That's not what is happening. So I am not in proposal for that. However, I am not voting for this amendment tonight, this proposal tonight that we put on the charter that we should increase a debt cap, or not increase a debt cap, but use bonds as a separate, or not calculating towards the debt cap. I'm not in favor of that. So I don't know where the vote is going to go. And the reason why I'm not in favor for that right now is because we don't need it. Our first project may happen 2 years, 3 years from now, but we're still going to be well within the debt cap. And we will be paying off the existing debt at the same time. So we don't need it at this point. We may need it at some point, and we actually may not need it, because these types of projects take 10, 20 years to do. So in 10, 15 years from now, our property values may easily be at 12 billion, and we have a $120 million debt cap, which we don't need. But if we see in a foreseeable future, which I think is at least 4 to 6 years out, that we might be reaching that debt cap, then I'm definitely would be in favor of asking our people to relook at what we have out there. But I basically think that on the referendum, the $100 million bond, I am in favor for, because I think in the next 4 years, we will have at least one project coming up. It may be a small project. It may be a beach nourishment project that may be $10 million. I don't know how much it would be, but we would have the GOB option on the table, and we don't have to sit and wait and get in it. People are saying that you need to go and get it shovel ready, go get bids. Construction costs change, and it takes time to go through these processes, and it costs money. I think the best way to do it is allow people, ask our electorate to allow future councils to have that decision. But at this time, I don't think that we're in the position where we need to be asking for increasing on or the debt cap amendment to the charter. I don't think we're in the position right now. The first reading I voted yes for, but I was not 100% sure. I was 50-50. I wanted more time. That's why I voted yes on the first time around. But now that I have done my research, I don't think it's the proper way of doing it. I think that we have what Councilmember Laredo brought up, that we do have a charter review commission coming up in the next year and a half. That could be a very good area to relook at this, or we wait until we do need it. But I would rather go through those processes, get more public input for something, and that we're making a change in the charter. But I want to say that I 110% support the idea that we are going out and asking the electorate to allow us to have the choice of a better option that can save us a lot of money. And I disagree with what some of the Ms. Conway said in her opening statements, because it's wrong. We are not asking for money. We don't need money. We do not need money now. So I think we need to stop telling people this, because it's misinformation, and it makes it look like we're trying to take $100 million tomorrow to increase everybody's taxes tomorrow during difficult times. And that's not what we're doing. We're asking for future projects when we get them ready. Could we have this option and let the councils make those decisions? And for sure, the councils are going to make the best decisions, because we're also taxpayers. So I don't know why we're saying that we're not listening to taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer, and I pay a lot of taxes here. Of course, I'm listening to taxpayers. It's really important. But fiscally responsible is also meaning getting the best interest rates on projects we're going to do. And if this gets voted down, that doesn't mean we're not going to do the projects. We are still going to do these projects. They're still going to come up, and we're going to have to finance them a different way, and it's going to be more expensive for us. So that is where I'm sitting tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Petros, and then Councilmember Laredo.
Well, Brett, I want to commend you. Your thought process is very much aligned with mine. I would like to ask our manager, because this is something that I think needs clarification for people, is to understand how these two potential charter, or these two votes intersect. If we were to pass the $100 million bond, but we were not to pass the change in our charter, what would that mean to the community? And I also would like you to speak about the $18 million bond for stormwater, and the fact that we actually have been moving forward and approved that on multiple levels, and where we are in that process, so that people understand both of those issues.
Yes, thank you. So I'll start with the second question. So for stormwater, the Village Council did approve an increase in the stormwater utility fee, which provided the revenue for the village to be able to issue general obligation, to issue the bonds to support the stormwater utility improvements, which would enhance the level of service, as well as fund the first 6 years of a 10-year master plan in a condensed 3-year cycle. The council approved the award of the FA, the financial advisor, which is the resource we need to go to market. We are onboarding the FA effective August 1st. So in a few days, that contract takes effect, and we will be going to market to secure the best possible funding under that program and bring back the recommendation to council for decision. Assuming the council is comfortable with the terms of the issuance, we would basically close on the transaction and we would be able to begin working on those projects. With regard to the construction side, the council also approved the AECOM is the vendor who is going to be doing the design criteria package. These projects are going to be delivered as a design build, which basically condenses the timeline and allows us to adjust in the field based on field conditions. And so once we have the funding in place, the work order for the design criteria package is going to be presented to council. We're targeting the August 25th council meeting. So the only pending step to be able to move forward on the most priority project, which is the K8 basin, is going to be the agreement with the school board. So that's still a pending step that we're working on. And other than that, that project is moving. To answer the first question with regard to the difference between the resolution and the referendum question on the issuance of general obligation bonds not to exceed 100 million, that is on the ballot for November. With regard to the item before you this evening, in the event that the item does not pass, or in the event it passes this council and the voters reject the amendment to the charter, and the bond question passes, the council would be limited, the village would be limited up to the point of that debt cap set by the charter. So even if a bond question allowed for up to 100 million based on our debt portfolio, if we had a capacity of only 68 million, for example, we would not be able to issue any GO bonds in excess of whatever our debt cap, our available debt is. So you just wouldn't be able to raise that ceiling.
However, as the time goes on, and if we don't have a project that we would be looking for the GO bond until maybe a year from now or 2 years from now, that could change. For example, in next year, I understand that we would have 82 million if things were to stay the same right now. And therefore it would go up to 82 if we were to make that decision next year. Is that accurate?
Yes.
With covenants?
Yeah,
Sorry, with covenants, is that accurate?
Councilmember Laredo, you're next. I'm not sure if that's.
Okay, I had a couple, I wanted to ask one other thing, Andrea. Let's say that both of these were to pass. We were to pass if the voters were to pass the $100 million bond and the charter change or amendment, would that then mean that we as a council would have the ability to issue debt up to 100 million with a GO bond, and that we would have the ability to issue debt up to whatever 1% for everything outside of the GO bond? In other words, going to 164 million this year. Is that true, or would we be limited?
I didn't follow the question exactly, but I think the essence that I'm hearing is,
are they additive, or does one cancel out the other?
No, they're not additive. So the restriction on the village's ability to issue general obligation bonds is a hard limit. I think what I'm hearing maybe is when other revenues are being pledged. So for example, the stormwater utility fee, when that's being pledged, that does not get counted toward the debt cap that is before you in the charter language.
But it
right?
hasn't in the past either, correct? That's not a change. That's the way it's always been, the stormwater. I just want to assure people that if they were to vote in favor of the $100 million bond issuance, or up to 100 million, let me speak clearly, that they wouldn't also, that we wouldn't also have another, like a side pot of debt that we could be issuing in addition.
Not pledging the full faith and credit of taxpayer dollars in the general fund. That's the clarifying point, that
Okay.
it's using the ad valorem revenue. That's the key.
Maybe it might be best if I can interject to have Jeff DiCarlo answer the question as it relates to the stormwater utility and whether or not that is within the definition of debt underneath the charter.
Sure, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
The stormwater utility is a utility which I believe is a user fee based utility. But Jeff, why don't you chime in for the benefit of the council and the public? I don't know if you can unmute himself.
I had to unmute first. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Can.
Yeah, the stormwater is already excluded from the.
So Jeff, your volume went out.
Lost you for a minute.
You don't hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The current language excludes any obligation which is financed and operated in an independent, self-liquidating manner and recovered entirely through currently collected user fees and charges. So that would exclude stormwater if you had, which you don't, but if you had water and sewer system that was run by the village, that would also be excluded. So those are the types of things we're talking about.
Okay, simple question. Could you have $100 million general obligation bond and 18 million for stormwater at the same time? Separate.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I?
So, of course, assuming the 100 million got approved by the voters.
Correct. So you'd have 100 million plus whatever other debt could be financed or created through some other mechanism. So it would be cumulative. And my example would be $118 million, correct?
That is correct.
Thank
you.
I mean, shouldn't we say also that one is paid from a different source than the other, which is what Andrea was alluding to, and that the $18 million bond is backed by the stormwater fees, correct?
Correct.
Not property taxes.
That's correct.
Okay.
But it's all debt of the village.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councilmember Loretta, you're next. I just want to make sure Councilmember Petros is finished.
Yeah. Oh, I think this is very useful.
Councilmember
very
Loretta,
useful.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I think it's been very useful discussion and very thoughtful, and glad to hear that we're open to hearing points of views, and there's no part of making a judgment. These are difficult judgments. We all have the same spirit of doing the best for the village. We all have the same support for infrastructure projects. So you can see it now. You will see it a lot worse, this distortion, if you go to a general election under the circumstances that you're in. But let's just narrow this down. If I'm going to try to get, it is clear to me that stormwater is the most important urgency of, I call infrastructure, because resiliency is a term that has become a little bit misplaced in some areas. Infrastructure projects that we need. And I think the answer has come back that we have it funded and ready to go and shovel ready as much as possible. And therefore the question really becomes, see, I have a kind of a sacred view of the charter. Our United States Constitution only has, I think, 25 amendments, 10 of which were the first ones, the Bill of Rights, that was just an oversight. We have, the people, when they set a limit, it's like in nuclear negotiations, trust but verify. They said, yeah, we'll elect you guys, but just in case we want to give you this little check here and verify that you don't go over the debt. And we are just taking it like it's a very light decision. We want to make a project a $100 million bond issue. We can discuss that later tonight. But since that's not permissible under our Constitution, let's change the Constitution. I don't think that's a good way of doing governance. I don't think it serves our purposes, and certainly it goes contrary to our whole United States Constitution and the way we run ourselves. The people of Key Biscayne spoke clearly about limiting us and spending their money prudently. And then the question just becomes, really, why now? Is there an urgency? Is the bridge falling down? Why risk, as I say, why risk the support that we have, generally speaking, for infrastructure projects by bringing something to a head what we do not need today? I commend that reflection by Vice Mayor Moss that I continue to do. Last week or last time there was another amendment that was proposed by another council member. Whenever we have something, a great idea, we want to amend the charter. We have a charter review commission that the founder set in so that we would have a holistic view of the charter, because we viewed the charter as sacred. So you look at it every 5 years. Now it's changed for 10 years, and you cannot move any, it's called checks and balances. You cannot move any of the pillars without distorting the structure, and Moss knows as an architect. So if we were on the first year of a 10-year revision commission period, I would be more flexible. But next year, we will have a review commission that can take this and other issues that have been brought up and try to, with 5 good citizens, give us a recommendation of how to change the charter, if at all, but intelligently, prudently, and with plenty of public input. This is not going to be, folks, a very pleasant 92 days between now and November. You know that. You all are in financial straits. We're going to have a very nasty national campaign. If you're following the mailings for the office of mayor of Miami-Dade County, you see how ugly it is out there in election time. I do not want this sacred little charter and a sacred little paradise island to be a victim of circumstances, particularly when it's not necessary. Particularly when it's not necessary. We're on the right track. We need to give our citizens and taxpayers a break so they can breathe. We need them to have tranquility. We need to devote ourselves and give them a gift between now and November of trying to reduce our budget or take control of our budget and other things, and make sure that we can make the projects that we already have, because we don't have, and we need to have conversations about management, because we're talking about all these kinds of projects. And heck, you know, from citizens that have spoken to us over the last year and a half, our infrastructure, which we already paid for and we're indebted for, are falling apart. Whether it's our roads, or whether it's our traffic circles, or whether it's our trees and landscapes. So let's take a deep breath. You know, we all share the same vision. So I mean, Katie, Brett, Ed, Allison, and Mike, you know, let's not pass this on. It's going to send the wrong signal about a project and an instrument that served us well for 30 years. And we should not take it lightly, just simply another amendment, another amendment, another amendment. I think I'm fighting for the integrity of the process, and I'm fighting for full participation and rational participation. Yeah, you will not get, I guarantee you, because of other involvements we're all in the next 90 days. It's simply not the atmosphere in this country, unfortunately. So I think the best thing for all of us who share the same vision to do prudently is to not let this charter amendment referendum go forward. It will serve symbolically and spiritually and emotionally and financially a good sign to our taxpayers. I would hope that some of you would reconsider your vote.
Councilmember McCormick?
Okay, so I heard a lot of what Councilmember Laredo said, and actually I agree with a lot of it, but come to a very different conclusion. I feel the same about trying to keep our charter sacred, but I think it's important to remember that this debt cap was not in the original charter and wasn't even the result of a charter revision committee, but rather a referendum to voters. And I think that it's really a big deal for the 7 of us to be making a decision for people to do or not for us to make the decision for them on something that they chose to put in the first place. People brought a referendum and decided to impose this debt cap. I don't think it's my position to say whether or not, now that the circumstances have changed, we're dealing with environmental considerations that weren't around then. It's not my place to make that decision for them. I think it's our place to give it to them and let them make the decision in the same way that they put it in the first place. And as far as timing goes, if we look at the city of Miami as an example, these things don't happen that quickly. It took them 18 months before they went to market. So do I think the time is right now? Yes, I think it is the right time in terms of being economically smart. Is it a difficult election? I agree with you completely. It's going to be an ugly election no matter what we were putting on the ballot. That ship sailed. So I agree with you about keeping the charter sacred, but I think that when people put this in place, we owe it to them to have the full picture and to make the choice themselves. So that's where I am on that.
Councilmember Petros, if you have a comment.
I'd just like to ask Councilmember Laredo, if we were to vote tonight to not put this on the ballot, and then by doing that, we would basically have a natural check on this other ballot language of the $100 million bond. And given all of the facts that you have heard tonight, that number one, we're not going to be incurring any debt until we actually were to make the decision as a group to basically pay down or take money in tranches from that debt, from that bond. So that could happen in 12 months or 18 months. If in fact this charter would serve as a natural check, would you be more open to what's happening and change your opinion slightly on your thoughts on this bond?
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I saw you mentioned a statement at the beginning and I lost what you were asking me to do. My view on both issues, the only compelling issue that seems to be driving this thing, and I don't sense other than a few people driving this whole, it's like the old saying, don't confuse me with the facts. I already made up my mind. So we're going to pass this $100 million bond issue, or we're going to try to get it passed. But we have an inconvenience. It's called the charter, our constitution. So why don't we also change that? I make that first Chinese wall more strongly on the charter change to answer to your question, because I do believe, as I said, that it is a sacred document. And to Ms. McCormick's point of view, you're not being asked by the citizens to put it back on there is no push to amend the Constitution. You're taking a decision to force them to decide what they did decide 20 years ago.
I disagree, and you don't know.
Okay, well, that we can disagree agreeably, but your decision is precisely to force them to decide. They have given us a document, which yes, I do consider sacred, and yes, we have a process by which we can change next year if we so desire, and I'm open to those changes within the context on checks and balances and a structure that is safe, because that's why we survived 30 years. Instead of every time we have a great idea, we put a referendum. Luckily, we lost a vote last week, but it's again a referendum to make charter amendments. So it is very important to understand, and I want to tell you, because perhaps we're not listening with these long-winded government speak answers, but the bottom line on resiliency, infrastructure is that flooding, which is happening now, and we have those on the blueprints and ready to go. The fundamental issue is why now? What is the rush? Why put this pressure on when it's not necessary? And I honestly, It will dilute the whole, it will divide this community. I can guarantee, I will not, I am been around long enough to tell you that I don't know what happens on elections. But if I were a betting man, and I believe in this process of infrastructure building, I would not put these two items on the agenda. If they both lose, or if this one loses or the other one loses, it will set us back unnecessarily and geometrically in the time. And I just don't understand why is it a rush? I really have struggled, to your question, Madam McCormick, as I think Mr. Moss has done, to struggle to see where I've been wrong. I don't have an ego problem. I am fiscally very responsible, but I also bring, a little bit of experience. Even though I spent most of my life in the private sector, I have worked in the three sets of government: municipal, state, and federal. And I can tell you a few lessons of it. And I'm a progressive guy. Governments like to throw money at problems. Two, when you give them a bond issue or a blank check, they will spend it. They will spend it. And second and third of all, and these are experiences that I've had. I did not read it at the Harvard Business School. And I told you the last time, I lived through the bond for Parks for People bond issue in the city of Miami that was passed with a referendum. People voted for it. I campaigned for it. And most of the funds did not go to parks, because if you go to Crandon, if you go to Bayfront Park, Bayside Shopping Center, American Airlines Arena, and two museums are not parked. But somehow that blank check was interpreted in a way that the money was spent. Now, I'm not taking an issue whether that's a good expenditure or not. And I also lived through and campaigned for, as some of you might have done, for the lottery in the state of Florida many years ago, because we were, like you, Ms. McCormick, very devoted to education. At that time, my daughter was in school, and that it was sold to the people on the basis that all of that money was going to use to enhance our education in all levels, from university down. Guess what happened? A lot of it went to cover deficits on the general budget. So when I speak to you, I'm trying to bring to you shared experiences that I've had, not because I'm smarter or I'm than you, simply because life has put me in positions where I've learned lessons the hard way. And I am very, very careful about these kinds. Yes, Mr. Winton made the cute remark about the blank check, and it's great that he made his promotion for his new private enterprise. But the fact of the matter is, the government experience, and if you've had private experiences I have for most of my life, there are two different worlds. And it does not mean, my fellow councilmen, that I think that the people in government are doing wrong. It's just in their DNA to spend money. Their concept of budget is not to work under budget as we do in the private sector, but money that they were told to spend, and they will spend it. And so I'm trying to use my experience to stop us from making good intention mistakes that will get us on a slippery slope. And the content of the slippery slope is 3 years of declining property values, assessed value. And I've had conversations with professionals, very big professionals, whose hands are on this. Next year, from the property appraisal point of view, is going to be a devastating year. Mark my words, because the signs for that decline are very eminent already if you just walk around all of Dade County. And I've spoken to several other elected officials, et cetera. So to ground this argument,
is he going to answer Katie's question?
I don't agree. No. I agree with you somehow. Our difference is I can have this conversation next year much better. Are people better informed? And I don't see any urgency to do it now. The cost benefit, in my view, is more into the cost and the benefit at this time.
I'd like to answer a couple things.
And he answered the question, Katie.
Guys, everybody hold on. Councilmember Petros, then Councilmember Cigarola, then Councilmember McCormick. We've had a line build up in the
Luis, just in response to some of your things, why are we looking at this now? I think I've spent most of my years on council studying about sea level rise and concerns about climate and looking at stronger storms. And I feel like now it's incredibly important that we acknowledge there's some large infrastructure projects that need to move forward with some speed, And this gives government the flexibility to do that. And for example, if we are looking to raise our streets and do it in a smart way that doesn't flood low homes, and we're looking to underground power lines because it's dangerous after storms, and if those two things in my mind could potentially go together, which is a very expensive project that needs to be phased out, that is something that could not be attained without this possibility of a GO bond. So that's why now. Secondly, you've said many times that we're not like everyone else and we shouldn't base or judge ourselves like everybody else. And I can assure you, as long as I sit on this council, I'm not looking to spend $100 million frivolously. I want to spend money in a way that guarantees the future of this community. Now, I also agree with Vice Mayor Moss that it's very likely we don't need to touch our debt cap in order to accomplish those goals. And I do think it might send a good message to our residents that we hear that. This is independent of operating budget. Operating budget is what is impacting property tax, or which is paid directly through property taxes. If we were to pass this bond, we wouldn't draw on it until we felt like taxpayers could handle it and we had a project ready to go that was very specified and and had a timeline of 3 years. The bond ensures that we have to do things in a 3-year timeline. So I think that promotes efficiency. Those are things that help us, and it gives us flexibility. It doesn't mean we're going to spend all that money right now. It certainly doesn't lock in interest rates, and it could very well be that we will be doing this a year from now when you have stated you would be more open to it. And the fact of the matter is we're not going to have a presidential election next year. So all of those things have to be weighed and determined on what is the best ask to give the community and how much, where can we get the most input? So again, I would ask you to let us know if you would reconsider how you see this $100 million debt, if in fact we were to keep the charter amendment language off the ballot.
To do what? To
would you
clarify? Yeah, I think that they're two separate issues. They're interlinked only by the decision. I used the phrase, with no disrespect, we already, or somebody made up their mind. Don't confuse it with the facts. Fact for me is the imminent danger on climate change, seawater rise, resiliency, all those nice words. Infrastructure to me means flood control. I think it is clear from this conversation that we have it under control today.
Well, we've only got what we don't have the whole thing.
I served in the Public Service Commission, and I know about undergrounding from back then when I was starting at the Public Service. We started actually advocating for undergrounding, and you know how strongly I felt earlier in this council when other people felt otherwise in terms of the two sides of the community. And I think I pledged that I would look at it, and we have a big educational job ahead of us to try to bring consensus to this community. This does not lend anything immediately. I was being funny by saying the bridge is not falling, and neither is the sky, because I know we have some proponents that say that if we don't do this, we are cosmically destroying the village. Alarming and fear-mongering kind of language that's coming from let's be honest with ourselves, 5 or 6 people who speak on this issue at every council meeting. And so I separate the two, and I'd be happy to have a conversation later on tonight and on the council on the $100 million. But this is beyond that. This is a major, you yourself used what I was trying to do, and I was less articulate than you. This would send the worst signal. Politics and public life perception is more important than reality. They will get the wrong message about we overturning something that they fought for, to have a checks and balances of us, trust but verify, but President Reagan used to say, on nuclear negotiations, and we're just taking it very lightly. Well, we can say we're not taking it lightly because we're passing it on to them to decide, but who asked them for us to pass them to them? It's perfectly fine. It's been working fine, and I don't want to get into, because this is a subject that we, all 7 of us, have to deal with later on, including the first one, about our capacity to do some of these projects. Because I'm very dissatisfied with the maintenance on the things that we have. And we're talking about major infrastructure projects with major oversight, with major disturbances of your daily life over a long period of time that we need to really talk through. You know, Vice Mayor Moss is an architect. He knows what I'm talking about. I know about undergrounding. And we're all are for all those resiliency projects. They're not so specific and they're not so well stood out, and that we have the resource to do it well now. I'm trying to build by increments confidence in our people that I entrusted them with our money. This is unnecessary. The ordinance is unnecessary, and I think it would send the wrong signal. Its rejection would send a positive signal, which way, to answer your question, may alter my thinking, but more importantly, may actually open up a debate among the citizens on the other issue if you go ahead and pass it today. If you do both, it sends a terrible,
I got you, Councilmember.
The dialogue is going to be very divisive, which I'm trying to avoid by all means.
All right, Councilmember Cigarrola, then Councilmember McCormick.
Councilmember Petros, you did not ask the question of me, but I'd like to have you a chance to answer it. I would not change my mind about the bond for the following reason. Even though it is correct that by doing this, we are not right now taking out $100 million, what's happening is we are creating a mechanism where a future council, which really only comes down to 5 people, because I believe that's all you need, not 7, 5, will have a $100 million credit line to do with as they please. My fear is that we will have a future council as disconnected from the residents as this one seems to be. Given, and I say that given the feedback I've received since the last meeting about whether people are in favor or against this charter amendment and the $100 million. So I foresee a runaway train of debt where 5 people can put this whole entire village into a great amount of debt. And this is, as has already been clarified, $100 million separate through bond from any other types of debt that the village can get into. Councilmember Laredo has said several times in the past, when government has money, they'll find a way to spend it. That is my fear too. I believe that future councils will find a way to spend that money. And all our talk now that, yeah, we probably won't need it, or we probably won't do it, or this and that, that means nothing. That is not binding on us or any future council. And I do not want to take part in creating a trap that could greatly damage this village down the road. So for those reasons, would still, even if the charter amendment were to not pass today, I would still be against the $100 million bond, because I believe we are setting a very dangerous precedent. And again, there is nothing that can be done through this $100 million bond that cannot also be done through an alternate method more responsibly and taking the time to think about it and to plan it out. We are not closing our doors or our options by not going for this bond. That's my answer.
I mean, on the flip side
Councilmember
of that,
McCormick.
Sorry,
we need to.
That's okay. Katie can respond to that.
Okay,
I'll wait.
Councilmember Petros.
Since he directly answered my question,
Fair
and
enough.
thank you. I'm sorry I didn't ask it directly to you both. But I would say 2 things. Number one, if this doesn't pass, then you've got that cap that you speak to, because it's our debt cap. And secondly, regardless of having this option or not, we have to follow all the rules of government to put a project forward, and we have to vote on it every step of the way. So the process doesn't change, it's just a different financing mechanism. So I think the 2 reasons that you're stating don't really hold the weight in my mind that you're suggesting. And I'll let Allison speak now.
Actually, may I respond to that?
Sure.
I disagree for 2 reasons. The process is not the same, because up to now, the process has been that projects have been treated individually. And now we're suddenly lumping together $100 million at a time. So that part of the process does change. And I would feel better if there was if the charter amendment wouldn't change. But by better, I mean maybe 5% better, because then again, we still face the problem of the cumulative debt. The example that was answered so directly by the attorney, if the charter does not change and we have $100 million credit line, but our debt capacity is $80 million, then a future council, 5 people, can take out $80 million in loans without consulting anyone else. And then on top of that, we have the $18 million through the example of the stormwater. And I see Councilmember Moss shaking their head, but there's absolutely no reason why that can't be done. Now, the limits are, yes, it has to be spent in 3 years. And yes, we have to do this. And yes, we have to do that. But all it does is come down to 5 people on a council. And if those 5 people are disconnected from the residents and what they want, then we have a problem.
I think.
Councilmember McCormick.
Okay, I'd like to say in addition to the question about why now, Councilmember Laredo brought up our multiple years in a row of declining property values. Based on the conversations I've had also with big professionals, I feel that that is in large part to the fact that we have a reputation of not addressing sea level rise. So doing this as one commitment is a message to everyone who would potentially invest here. So all the people that Councilmember Segurola thinks he's going to get to move here from New York know that this community is committed to building the infrastructure to be here. That is the first thing I want to say. Councilmember Segurola, you also brought up that this is doing all at once $100 million and it's somehow different than the way we finance projects. I disagree because it's not. We're still approving projects as they're rolling out. So it is actually, in my opinion, I agree with Councilmember Petros, it's the same process. And you also mentioned that we're somehow can do these things more easily. We could do them just as easily right now. 5 people could decide within the debt cap to fund these projects. We just would pay more. So for all of this constant discussion about being fiscally responsible, this route is more fiscally responsible. I think that when you look at, we hear a lot of times the way they do things in the private sector, all private corporations use the credit markets to their advantage. Are we the only people who are going to restrict ourselves? This is the smart way to do it. My fear of not addressing the debt cap and giving the voters the opportunity to choose really scares me with the emergencies. I disagree that somehow Key Biscayne is going to suddenly change. Councilmember Laredo has said Key Biscayne has a tradition of being fiscally conservative and very responsible with regard to debt. I don't think that's suddenly going to change. I think we're still going to approach projects the same way. And I think that it's hard to understand that we can say Key Biscayne does things better, Key Biscayne should be better, we shouldn't model ourselves against other cities, and then at the same time say all governments are the same. As soon as they have access to money, they spend it. Those two things just don't make sense to me. And I have faith in our government. I have faith in our residents. I have faith in their community engagement. And I just don't see it that way.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Sir, sorry, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Laredo, if you want to speak after the Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that we have to be careful of using these words, blank check, line of credit. Neither of that is true. I mean, we have to stop saying this stuff. This is not a dangerous precedent. We're not lumping together $100 million into one loan coming out. Like Councilmember McCormick said, we can do any project within our debt limit right now, any way we want to, but we don't have the option as a GOB as one of our finance mechanisms. That's it. That's the only thing that's changing. And the $100 million doesn't matter what we put that $100 million there. We're still limited to our debt cap if this does not get passed on the ballot or even makes it on the ballot tonight. So that $100 million doesn't matter. But over time, it could, where our property values go up, our debt cap could go up, and then the $100 million would be our new cap against only bonds for the general obligation bond. So, I think we have to be very careful of what we're saying up here. If you don't understand it, I think we need to sit down and have a very detailed conversation what a general obligation bond is. They're not lines of credit. Nothing is changing on anybody can all of a sudden do something different than we can't do right now and that we have the power to do right now. My remark closing is that, again, I do not want to see this make it to the ballot of tonight's issue of adjusting the debt cap. I think that it needs more public input. I see that we have a charter review commission coming up. I do not see in the foreseeable future, in the next 4 to 6 years, that we're even going to be getting close to our debt cap. Even if we have this GOB passed, we have to put projects together. They have to get started. We're going to have to issue bonds, and that will happen over time. This is not at one time, and projects happen at different times. So I don't see that. The question I ask myself is it necessary right now to go to this debt cap adjustment referendum? If my answer comes out no. Could it be something that could come up in the future? Of course. And we either go through a charter review commission, or when it does become necessary, we bring it up and we tell the voters to make a choice. But we don't need them to make that choice right now. But I do believe that the $100 million bond referendum is something that I see in the foreseeable future. Within the next 4 years, we're at least going to have one, maybe two projects. It might not be that big, or they may be large, coming up. And I think that is why I believe that this is the right election to do it, because this is a presidential election. We're going to have a great turnout. We're going to have the most people that are going to be able to make those decisions. We talk about the silent majority over and over and over again. This is going to be your election where the silent majority is going to be there to make that decision. And I think we should do it because we're going to have that in the foreseeable future. And then we can look at the debt cap coming down the road if we need to make adjustments. We might not even need to have to make adjustments. We can see when we get there.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yeah, in the interest of time, Mayor, I reflect what Vice Mayor Moss has said. Perhaps you can call the question, and because we're getting this is about the ordinance, and then the other stuff. It's obviously it's okay to overlap because they're related, but maybe we can foreclose one and later argue the other one and move forward or not on them.
All right, Councilmember London, you've been silent. We were worried you left.
I'm still here. I've been listening, and I get a big kick out of listening to everybody talking about the blank check, talking how, we're just 5 of us could do all kinds of horrible things. Every year we get a blank check, I guess about $35 million, $34 million in budget. Somehow or other, the voters give us that blank check. And somehow or other, in my opinion, we don't spend it wisely. And then you say to yourself, well, why would I be pushing this bond issue? Why would I push all these things when each year I try to reduce the taxes? Each year I try to reduce the spending. By the way, one year I was successful. I think it was 2013. I got the millage down from 3.2 to 3, and it lasted that way for a few years till I was off council. Then it went right back up. Anyway, this year again, since everybody's talking about being responsible and we're not wasting money and we're going to really represent the taxpayers, I hope everybody supports me in trying to have an efficient government. I hope everybody supports me in trying to reduce our expenses. Because if we did that, the money we would save would probably pay a good part of whatever the debt, with this debt in the future would cost us. So keep that in mind, but we definitely should go ahead and get general obligation bonds. They're long-term. Infrastructure is a long-term investment. It's not 5 or 10 years, it's 30, 50 years. So you should pay for it with long-term debt. And I'll be brief, thank you.
All right, so let's call the question. This is, of course, for the second reading of the ordinance. Roll call.
Which is the ordinance? Repeat the ordinance. Which one? Is it the bond or the cap?
Madam Clerk, no, this is not about the bond. This is about the ordinance for the charter amendment. Can we
that's the cap.
Roll call vote?
Just to make sure.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss,
No.
Councilmember Petros,
We couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
yes.
No.
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 Councilmember Segurola,
No.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
No.
The ordinance is approved on second reading.
No, the ordinance
No.
failed.
I think the ordinance failed.
It failed.
Jocelyn.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
The ordinance fails on second reading.
Okay, next item.
It would be, I think it would it be in order and then
We have two
conclude?
status, and then we have your discussion on
Okay,
we'll call it broadly, the discussion on the resolution.
yeah, we'll make it brief.
Yeah, so let's, status on the horticulturist arborist, Councilmember London.
Yeah, that's my thing. We basically had a temporary contract with a horticulturist, which was terminated. And
Right.
now my question is, what are we doing going forward? Are we advertising? Are we posting? How are we going about getting a horticulturist arborist for the village? Because if you will go around the village and you look some of what's happening, we have an investment. We should maintain our investment. Well, obviously, we need some expert.
Councilmember Cigarella, I see you. All right.
I'm trying to find out what's happening. I guess that my question then is probably to the mayor.
The manager.
Excuse me.
The mayor. The mayor doesn't get to, let's be very clear.
I know you like flowers.
I'm not doing, you can lay a lot of stuff.
I know you like
I'm not
flowers.
taking over horticulturists.
Okay.
Councilmember Cigarella, and then I guess we'll get the manager's input.
Actually, I had a conversation about this with the manager today during my briefing before this meeting. I don't want to steer her thunder and give a status report, but I would like to make a request of council. Apparently, I'll just fill you in and she can correct me if I'm wrong. I asked the same question of the manager today. She told me that the position is budgeted full-time for the upcoming year. However, she was waiting for the budget to be approved prior to posting the job. And I would ask the consideration of council to authorize her to go ahead and post it now because it is a position that I think we need filled as quickly as possible, especially given that we have a new landscaping contractor coming on board and a lot of things, summer hurricane season, all that stuff. We really could use the expertise as quickly as possible.
We'll make that a motion, Ignacio.
Yes, I make the motion and.
Are we making a motion to direct the manager?
Yes.
Yes, to post the job.
Wait, let's talk to the attorney first.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Because this wasn't on the agenda, in order to actually make it an actual item, you need to find a time of necessity. I don't know if you need to have a motion. I think you can give a general direction to the manager to put it out.
Perhaps, Chad, also in the budget, since this is a position that's being proposed and motions are allowed on the budget presentations, perhaps at that time, a
That's
motion
what I
can
was
be
going to
made.
suggest, that during the budget meeting, if you guys want to take the motion then, that would be fine.
Okay, so do we want to direct them? Do we have consensus to direct the manager?
I think the mayor, if you don't listen to the lawyers, we can get more done. Why don't we get it?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
We have something called a sense of the council. So it's short of an order, it's short of the sense of the council that we need to move this forward as fast. And I would only add to the motion is that please don't complicate it. Please try to stay.
Move forward.
We have a lot of good people in this community who are already doing this for free. And that's all I'm going to say. But let's don't make this
let's go.
Rocket science, because it's very badly needed right now. So that would be the sense of the council, and I second
All right, let's go.
the sense of the council.
I stepped away for a second. Can someone just summarize it really short, what it is?
Basically, we want to get the manager's going to go forward with the horticulturist and then expedite the P process.
And we hired you.
Process. Okay, are we all in agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You want a roll call?
Agreement.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think we need a roll call. No,
Okay.
it's consensus of council. Let's move. Let's go.
Thank you.
Next item. Next item.
That's the status of Harbor Park.
Right, Councilmember London.
That was mine again. What I understood was that when you guys decided against my better judgment to go ahead and spend over $1.5 million more than market value to buy Harbor Park, one of the major reasons doing that was because of our resiliency, because of a pump station because of detention site, etc. I also understand that Jake got somebody to make a nice temporary, inexpensive plan until our whole system of resiliency, drainage, etc., was engineered. And then I understand Katie had a meeting, and obviously the local neighbors pretty much didn't like what was happening. So I understand now everything's come to a standstill. Is that what's happening, or is something moving forward? And have we decided not to use the resiliency? Not to use Where are we?
Andrea, do you want to speak or do you want me to?
You can go first if you'd like, and then I can answer any other
Well, manager,
questions.
you're the manager. Speak.
Yeah. Sure. So, so no, we're not at a standstill. After the town hall, we got some input regarding the long-term planning process. What I decided to do in the interim was move forward with a very simple regrading of the property, finish the demo regrading. We're gonna lay some sod, put a couple benches, and we should have a ribbon cutting, early September at latest. Just for usable.
May I?
would like to add, the second thing that you asked, Ed, absolutely resiliency is meant to be a component of this park.
Of course.
I think what happened is that there was a miscommunication, for lack of a better description, in that a picture was presented which was very rudimentary and wasn't meant to be a final product, but was meant to be a place to start a conversation about the park and where it was going to go in its first stages. And it had some retaining areas that looked like they would be collections of water that could be mosquito infested areas, which obviously people living around that area were concerned. And also it was presented before we had any type of public input. So then we had the meeting with the public input and everybody got to speak. And I feel confident that we can have a park that addresses resiliency. It is not an eyesore, it's an asset to the community, and we just need to keep people engaged moving forward in the process. But 100%, I'm 100% behind getting this up and open for people to use in a very rudimentary way as soon as possible, and everybody was in agreement on that.
Good, thank you.
I want to say, Ed, that I participated in that public visual meeting, and I commend and I applaud Katie for taking the initiative. No good deed shall go unpunished. Imagine you guys gonna have to help me with this because I've just lost all kinds of patience. Talk about communications. You're a councilman, elected official. I'm a councilman. We hadn't seen that plan, whatever it was. So when I was live with them, I was the only one who had never seen it. And you're asking a question today, you're not informed. So I continued to share with you my frustration with communications, and I want your help. If I'm wrong, then let's vote it down. I'm a year and a half begging, pleading to get us together credit for this facilities that we have. A stupid thing like a sign. Can we just get sign that say your Hampton Park? Literally, your Crandon, whatever the park. And underneath the words, your taxes at work. It hasn't gone through. They put up one sign and it had 3 lines thanking the state of Florida, which could have done somewhere else. I know the statute, so don't give me. So I have been unable. I hope one of you can pick up the slack. I recognize my shortfall. I have not been able to get through to that. And so when you talk about, and all these little things are related, because when you go to make hard decisions like the referendum or the stuff that have to be done, as you recall, I'm the one who said, please put up a sign during demolition. And it's amazing good feedback that we got for that investment. I beg you to take upon yourselves to get the administration to put signs that we being the taxpayers, credit for the investment. That park that that Ed voted against was a difficult was a difficult call. You know, he has his views, and there was a close call. And my God, we got to get credit for making those calls. I think it was a great investment. So I know this sounds like a petty thing. I'm just tired of talking about it for a year and a half. Maybe one of you can help me get it done. Just simply put up good signs so that people know that they own Lake Park and it's their taxpayers' money. Please try to move this forward, because that meeting, Ed, was a disaster because nobody, well, not a disaster. People were very eloquent, but I didn't know what they were talking about, and it created more misunderstanding in the process of communications than it resolved. And so we have to figure out a way to get out of this paradigm problem we're in with our management, that we just don't seem to communicate simple things in simple, plain English. And I'm beating that horse to death, and I'm going to stop tonight. Please, that one of you please pick it up for me.
I will take ownership and responsibility for that, and we'll do better, sir.
But you understand, we heard this before.
Sorry.
So the sign is up, and the signs they're on order with the plaque and the coral. So hopefully.
I'm not talking about the plaques. Don't mislead our councilman. I'm talking about the big plaque. It's just like we have a plaque in the village green that nobody sees against the wall. That plaque is beautiful plaque. I commend you for that. I'm talking about the big sign that you're putting in Hampton or whatever that has no reference to us being the village, and a lot of reference to the state. And it's very simple, Madam Manager. I've been pleading. It's done all over. I have sent you pictures of other community. I just send you pictures from Lee County where I was. It says, your penny tax at work. People like to see their taxes in tangible things. And then they will be people who will support us when we have to make the difficult decisions on other infrastructure projects. And it's such a non-brainer that I told myself I was going to be calm today, but Ed intentionally touched a raw nerve. Please get it done. It is really that simple, and it would help us all, including yourself, better administer it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next item. This is the final item of this before we go to the continuation. Let's just get this done before we go to the continuation of the budget workshop.
Councilmember Laredo has call a meeting on the $100 million debt obligation bond.
Yes, I wanted, we've had a little bit of exchange already. I want to make two clarifications because there is a lot of misinformation, and I think you've seen it. And there is there is no substitute for experience. Anybody with the most minimal knowledge of financial history in our country, including the catastrophe 2008, 2009, who tells you that they know where interest rates are going to be next year, particularly in the circumstances that we're living now, it really is not something respectful to say. Because the compelling and pressing argument that tries to answer the question, why now, why rush, is all because we have very low interest today, and next year they're going to be higher. At the Public Service Commission, so that you know, the rate basis for the big companies at hundreds of millions of dollars are based primarily on the bond interest, because we guarantee and price for their monopoly, we guarantee a return on their investment. So I have spent 5 full days, 10 hours a day, by experts, highly paid consultants, with 15 models telling us where interest rates are going to be. I have flown to Kidder Peabody, which I think in Wall Street, which I think is not even around anymore, the expert investment banker in bond issues. Nobody knows where interest rates are going to be next year. So if you rely on that argument, that is not a correct argument, unless there's an urgent, compelling reason. And by the way, yes, about the draw and all of that, I understand that. I don't need to have any more meetings because I've been in bank boards and we've been in other kinds of stuff. But there are closing costs. We call it closing costs that will be paid on day one. And they range from about $700,000 to $1.2 million. That is the debt that we assume the day we get these bonds approved, whether or not you draw on it. So you already start with $1.2 million debt. So I just want to I just want you to understand that unless you have other compelling reasons, and the reason I continue to be against this is because of the timing. I don't believe that it's urgent, and I don't believe that we need to put this burden on, as it's been already hashed out over the last hour and a half. So my only concern, compelling concern today, is that people have not had an opportunity because of the process, since it was not a second reading required, to give input into this thing. So therefore, the idea that I proposed and Ed supported of having another meeting on Friday that may give you an opportunity for people for and against to talk would give us more, I would say, moral value or more standards as we go to whether we go or not go to the referendum. Whether or not we'll change any minds, it's no longer something that I anticipate. I think it would be a disaster. It's looking like it's being railroaded through. I know it was not intended that way, but it sure looks that way. And people woke up after we passed the resolution, and the feedback has been incredible. So I think it's the prudent thing to do. It is, I said earlier, and I conclude with this, if you were to design a mechanism by which you destroy my commitment and your commitment to infrastructure projects, this would be, particularly if it loses in November. I don't know how we would recuperate if we lose in November. I really don't.
Vice Mayor?
And that's why my motion is specifically to have a meeting either Thursday or Friday to discuss this.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so, I just want to, the misinformation of interest rates as being the reason why we're trying to push this so quickly, I think is correct. That is misinformation, because we are not borrowing the money on day one. So that's not the reason why I would be pushing this quickly, is to get the most amount of people to make a vote. The majority, we're going to have hopefully a 70+% turnout, and they all can make that vote. And I think that's the most healthy thing that we can do, and not do this on a time that we may not have that turnout rate. I see projects coming up within the next 4 years, so I think that this is the good time to do it. Now, Jeff, I don't know if you're on the call, because there's something that Councilmember Laredo said that I'm a little bit confused about. He's saying that once we vote on this, we're going to now issue debt that's going to cost us $700,000 to $1.2 million. But my understanding is that closing costs, yes, but isn't that on the debt that we're actually, the bond that we're actually issuing on the project that we have at that point in time? Or are we paying all of this upfront at the very beginning?
No, yeah, you don't pay for the cost of the bonds until you actually issue the bonds.
Okay.
The only cost between now and the election would be, basically our time and maybe the financial advisor's time to, continue to give you advice moving forward as we're doing tonight. But other than that, no, there are no costs involved until you actually go to market and issue bonds.
So the cost that Councilmember Laredo that you use is on what would $100 million, if we pulled $100 million out tomorrow, that would be our cost that we would incur. But most likely our first project is going to be a small fraction of that, very small. And the cost of doing the business, if that is our best choice of financing, including the closing costs, I don't see why we would not consider that. I mean, it's still a viable option, and we're not incurring millions of dollars right off the bat. I mean, we're basically going to put together a project. We're going to vet the project out. It's going to have to be approved by council. It's going to have to go to a 5 vote on any way that we decide on how we want to finance the project, whether it is a GOB or not a GOB, because maybe at the time a GOB is not the best option, because maybe closing costs are more and outweigh everything, and we go a different direction. But if GOB is the best, including the costs of doing the closings, I don't see what is the...
May I answer you, because I need to understand you so I can come to understand you. On the one hand, you deny that the interest rate scenario being low next year is an element, and every one of the people who've spoken to us, and you want me to name the names, we know who they are because it's the same 4, have made their argument that it's interest rates being low next year. Every one of them. Do you agree with me on that? Now, you and I have a different
I've heard that. I don't know how many people did it, but I think that they may not understand.
4 of them. They're basically 4 or 5. They're the only ones who call in all the time, but that's okay. Yeah. That's okay. I'm just telling you that that is a compelling act. But on the other hand, not that you're contradicting yourself, you're saying we need to do it now. Well, that's not an interest, is not an issue. Then why do we need to do it now? The market is going to be there next year. It
Because
may be, I guarantee
amount of
you it's
people.
going to be, huh?
The amount of people who are going to be voting on it. We want as many
well, then that's a
people.
different issue.
Yeah, so we want as
you
many
think we
people
need to lock
involved in it.
Okay, so the other argument that I just want to have you for your consideration, again, because I lived it. And I think Segurola was talking about it in a way that maybe it doesn't ground it to reality. It's not theoretically. I lived it. There will be another council down the road. What happened when the people of Miami voted overwhelmingly for partial people bonds? There was another commission that came after, and somehow, because of very good legal writing in the bonds by legal counsel, they were able to build a shopping center. First thing they did is build a shopping center. Bayside shopping center.
With all due respect, the village of Key Biscayne is not the city of Miami.
Well, then you keep saying that you want to. By the way, McCormick, you said earlier today, you better believe it. I believe we're different. And let me tell you something.
I believe we're different too. I think we're better.
The people who created this 30 years ago precisely made it, all of them, from all kinds of parties and their affiliation, because we wanted to be different.
Yeah,
we wanted to avoid the mistakes of other people, and we brought to bear our bad experiences, and that is why we created this little island paradise.
I am in total agreement with you, and so many of them have reached out to me in support of this
keep arguing that, and I want to set the record straight. The people who came after us, like Pinecrest and other cities that we helped form, are doing a lot better job in everything. We are now in the back instead of leading, but that's a philosophical issue. So I remember the point.
I agree. I put this forward because I think we're in the back. We need to be leading. We need to be leading on resiliency.
That's right.
We need to shore up our property values.
Okay, Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Petros. Vice Mayor, you have the floor, then Councilmember Petros. Let's
Councilmember Laredo, I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't change the fact that we can do all these projects anyways without the GOB. It's just that we won't have the option of a GOB to give us historically a better interest rate at the time of the project.
But you're just going.
We're not giving
you're reaffirming my point. You said, "What do you?"
No, I'm not. I'm not saying you're telling me that
interest rates are going to be higher. You just said it.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Historically, interest rates for GOBs have typically been lower than the other mechanisms of finance. Additionally, you can also spread out 30 years instead of doing it in 10 or 15 years. You have the option to go longer. So we have that option. We have more options. However, approving this bond does not allow us to do more projects or future councils to do more projects that we wouldn't do anyways. Because if we don't have the GOB, we can still do the projects and we're still limited within our debt cap to do whatever projects we want. However, we just don't have the option anymore to look at another finance mechanism that could actually be more beneficial.
You mean we can't go to market next year? You're saying that we can't go to market next year?
We can go to market anytime, but the vote,
Councilmember Petros is first. I'm just letting this.
But the vote, the rush for the vote is because we were going to have a 70% turnout. Why would you not want the most amount of people to vote on something if the next time we're going to do that, it's going to be 4 years from now? And guess what? We're probably going to have at least one project in the next 4 years that could qualify for a great possibility of getting the best rate on a GOB. So for me, it's irresponsible not to do it. I think we should do it. And guess what? People are not going to see any effects on their taxes. This is going to be years before you even see anything. And by the way, I think we can borrow up to 30 million up to today of the bonds that we're dropping off right now without even changing the millage rate at all the way it is right now. So we have so much flexibility that we're not even going to touch anybody's taxes. And we need to put projects together. And they're the same projects we're going to do no matter if we have a GOB or not. The GOB is not going to change my mind whether I'm going to do this infrastructure or that infrastructure project. But when I do have the finances that we're looking on the table, I would love to have another option that could actually be possibly better. I don't know why that would be something that would be a negative. I can only see a pro for that, for everybody. I mean, that's responsible. It's better for the taxpayers in the end of the day. But not voting the bond is not saying that we're not doing projects. It's just not. I mean, it's just
Councilmember Petros. Apologize. Councilmember Petros.
Okay, I would like to make sure that as we move forward, that we all speak the same facts. And I think we need to all be on the same page. And whether you're for or against this $100 million bond going to the voters, we need to follow the following things. Number one, we are not looking to capture low interest rates because we can't do that for the reasons that Brett mentioned. Number two, if and when this were to pass, there is no financial obligation of the village until we take money out in whatever size or amount for whatever specific project there is. I believe those are all very true, and we have to all say the same language or we're going to confuse people. And that's part of the point, is that we need to educate the residents. I'm not opposed to having a meeting to educate residents. I think that's a nice idea. I do think that we need to have a consistent voice on what the facts are with this GO bond. And again, the reason that it's now, to me, is because of the concerns of what's facing our community. We're a barrier island. We sit out of the coast of Miami. Miami's had negative press about their ability to deal with sea level rise. We see it in the papers. I've seen it for the last 3 years. And it's really important, I think, for our whole community to take a vote. And if this passes, it says our whole community understands that we are committed to these large infrastructure projects as a group moving forward. And then the government does it in a responsible way, and they go about prioritizing the projects. And this is our way of listening to the people, again, because this is a presidential election year. And I personally think it would be very bad of us to wait another 4 years, and I wouldn't want to do it as a special election. So I voted.
By the way, you don't have to wait 4 years, Katie.
Councilmember Laredo.
For a presidential election, I do.
No,
And
we could pay to hold an election, throw more money.
Councilmember McCormick, let Councilmember Petros go. We've got a lineup here.
Okay, so the other thing that I just wanted to mention is, I know with our stormwater bond, I don't know if you heard this, but Andrea was basically telling us that the bond is not going to cover all the stormwater improvements we want to do. So that is another area. This bond is limited to infrastructure projects. You can call it resilience, you can call it infrastructure, but that's what it's all about. It's about our beaches, it's about stormwater, it's about undergrounding potentially, about getting everything underground. And I really believe that our community needs to hopefully support this and understand and trust their government to do it judiciously if we get their vote of confidence.
Okay. Councilmember Segurola.
I just want to address Councilmember Moss a few things that you said. I just didn't understand. First, you said that by taking this out now, we're not going to be, by doing this now, we're not going to be incurring any costs. Well, that for me is, why do it now? Then you said that we don't even have any projects now, we probably won't have any projects ready until about 4 years from now. Well, we're also going to have another presidential election 4 years from now. You also said that there's no benefit to doing this now with regard to the interest rates. Then why do it? Then the final thing, I believe you said, honestly, I don't even remember what else you said, but all those things that you said, the final thing you said was, you make it sound like if we don't do this now, the village will never be able to get a general obligation bond in the future. We can do it. We can do it at any time, whether in a special election, whether 2 years from now, during the next regular election, whenever it is. That door is never closed to us. The only thing that comes about doing this now, given the fact that it won't help with interest rates, as we've already heard, given the fact that we don't have any projects ready for several years, given the fact that that there's another election coming in 2 years, another one 2 years after that, the only thing that will come of this is create a mechanism where, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to stop saying it, there will be $100 million credit line available to future councils where they can incur debt on behalf of the village without consulting to the voters. That is a fact. That is truth. There is no benefit to rushing this now. That's it.
Can I respond?
Yeah, Vice Mayor and then Councilmember London.
I swear I feel like people are not listening. The reason why we would do this quickly is because we will have a 70% turnout. Yes, I did say that we would most likely have projects within the 4 years, not after 4 years. Yes, we can go back in 2 years or in 1 year, but we're not going to have a 70% turnout. I do not know why, if you think that the majority of the people don't want this, why you would be against to allow this to happen and be against it. I mean, it's already on there, so it doesn't really matter. So the interest rate, we're not locking in any interest rate, but it typically will give us the lowest interest rate. So when it does come up and we have a shovel-ready project, do you think we want to go out to referendum while our construction prices are changing? I mean, they're going to come back and say, well, your construction costs just went up. I mean, that's what happens. I mean, you need to have your finances ready to go. So it's not like you're going to the bank and tomorrow you got it. I mean, you have to go through the whole referendum process. To do that every single time costs more money. And it's not the efficient way to be doing government. It's not a credit line. I mean, it's just not a credit line. What we are doing is getting pre-approved from our residents that when we do have these projects coming up, please look at GOB as a possibility because it might be a better option than going out through a traditional loan and paying higher interest rates. Why? I mean, as a taxpayer, I would love our councils to have that option. And I know they're going to choose the right one. They're not going to choose the worst decision one, the worst interest rate up there. Why would they do that? They would definitely pick the right one. So,
hey, if I may respond,
Councilmember London.
Wait, Mayor, if I may just say two sentences. The reason I'm not for that is because the whole process of a general obligation bond is one of the checks and balances that the residents and the citizens have on us, the council. Trust, but verify. You know what? Efficiency can create a problem. It'll make it easier to spend money without the taxpayers having a say.
It doesn't. We have a debt cap.
Okay,
that's
guys, you both made your points. Let's let Councilmember London weigh in, please. We've got,
Yes, sir.
We'll have the second half of the workshop to get through.
Actually, I was agreeing with Ignacio, saying that what was Brett saying? And then Brett just corrected himself. And that is that it would take 4 years for a project. It only takes 4 years if you want it to take 4 years. Council and the management have moved forward. We've hired somebody, Dr. Samimi. We're now trying to develop projects for the long-range, long-term betterment of Key Biscayne, number one. So 4 years, yes, it could take 4 years, but I hope not. I hope we can move forward, not the way we moved in the past, because these things are important. They should be done. They're critical, and let's move. Number two, Brett said interest rates weren't important right now in making a decision. Well, most people, and again, I know Luis has been around for a long time because he's old, and so he's basically seen interest rate projections over a period of time, and he's seen how wrong they can be over a period of time. Fortunately or unfortunately, the condition the economy is in today, and probably will be for the next few years, what the Fed has said as far as raising rates going forward for the next few years, more than likely interest rates are going to remain low. So why do we want to have a GOB available? Because we can take advantage of those low rates rather than going to decide, okay, we're going to do it now. Now it's another 6 months or 8 months till we have an election, but maybe at that point the rates will go up. If we're in position and the rates are low, then it's to our advantage. And if you look at the schedule, I think I sent to everybody, or Jocelyn did, you can see the difference between interest rates, how they affect long-term borrowing, how they affect the millage, how they affect percentage of the budget. So interest rates are very important to do things when they are low. So let's get with it. Let's get our act together. Let's get our projects together. Let's get the bond approved, and let's move forward and make Key Biscayne viable now and in the future. Thank you.
Is there anybody who voted? Let's just get to the. Is there anybody who voted who wants to bring the resolution back for reconsideration at a special meeting?
No, my motion is independent of that. My motion, that I tried that at the beginning and there was none of the five. So this is the only other mechanism to have a public hearing.
Right. Well, I guess that's the point. But somebody would somebody would have to bring it back. Yeah. Council member, somebody would have to bring it back for reconsideration for there to be any action taken.
No. Right. I think my purpose is to try to have people to start the process that Katie was talking about of educating. And this is a major decision.
Okay, but that doesn't.
And then we would have a second vote. What you're saying is we're not going to win. That's not going to win Friday or Friday, which probably you're right from this conversation. But I think we owe it at least.
I'm all for having workshops on this. My question is, if you
want to be a meeting, not a workshop.
Anybody's going to bring this back for reconsideration, it has to be before Friday because, as you said, we've got a deadline of Friday. to bring this back. I agree with you. We need to have workshops on this throughout the whole election.
No, you're missing. The only mechanism for having people who do not feel that they participated, whether you agree with them or not, I happen to agree with them, in this big decision, is to have another council meeting, probably Thursday, where they will have the opportunity to participate. We will all hear them. One mind or the other may be changed or not. Let's don't project, but at least
you want a reconsideration of the resolution. That's what you're asking.
Well, yeah. Then at the end of that, you would make, and if the votes remains 5-2, then that be it. But at least we gave them an opportunity to have their time in court.
Does anybody want to have that meeting on reconsideration?
They feel that
Chad, can you explain? Am I correct on this, Chad? Or
I think what the council member is asking. So for our motion for reconsideration, can be made by somebody on the prevailing side at the same meeting or the next meeting. Councilmember Laredo was not on the prevailing side. There is another motion that can be made, and what he's referring to is he wants to have a special call meeting for the purpose to rescind the resolution. Okay. And a motion to rescind is a separate motion under Robert's rules, which he has the right to seek. So I think the first question is, do you guys want to have a special call meeting on Thursday or Friday? If not, then the issue is moot because the item will proceed to the voters.
Right. So my motion, I think Ed London seconded, was to do that and give the people an opportunity to hear them out, and then the vote after that, rescind or not, will speak for itself, and it's still within the. It will not impede in any way if putting it for it to win in the ballot.
Good. All right, let's call the question.
Wait, so the question is to have a special call meeting.
Have a special meeting.
On Thursday.
You seconded the motion.
I did.
Okay.
So the item on the agenda will be a resolution to be rescinding the resolution that was passed.
Correct.
So this is Friday?
Thursday.
Or Thursday. Probably better Thursday.
Yeah, I think it's better Thursday simply because we've got a storm coming. So I would expect.
Hopefully not. Yeah.
Well, hopefully not, but prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Yes.
And is staff prepared for the level of engagement that would be required on Thursday?
Exactly.
So I thank you for the question. I guess I would ask what would be expected from staff.
Well, I think we want to make sure that when we're. I'm sorry, what was that?
No, that's an unbelievable answer. I'm just gonna, in other words, you're moving forward, let's say with a decision for 100 million where people are hungry for information, and you're telling us that you cannot have specificity. The numbers, I've looked at your numbers, $100 million was picked out of the sky. And this is very frightening what you answered.
So if I may clarify
guys, everybody calm down for a minute.
McCormick, it's just a forum to have people give their views, and you can disagree or agree with it, but I think they are owed that much. It is a big decision. And perhaps because of confusion.
But to be clear, this has been an ongoing conversation for a long time.
Oh, really? I don't. When?
Really? Well,
I've been here a year and a half.
It was very unfortunate that you weren't able to attend the strategic planning session.
Oh, no, let me explain to you why. Because I went to the first strategic planning, which I instituted, and all of the things we agree with, nothing was done. So why am I going to go to another strategic planning mission? So a strategic planning workshop is not the same as a council meeting where people may tune in. I am telling you, giving you advice, even if you're for it, that people feel correctly or not, they perceive that this is being railroaded. I had a hard time even speaking myself at that meeting. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have been. And people feel, wait a minute, $100 million, what is that going to? And so you're going to postpone, you're going to have more poisonous debate after for the November than if you try to at least try to deal with this communications gap. Okay. And it doesn't necessarily, hopefully two of you can change your mind, but if not, we accomplish, I think, a communication skill that is necessary. They expect at least that from us.
Okay.
That's why.
Can we assume in this I'm sorry to interrupt, but Luis, in this meeting, my assumption is the vast majority of it so that we can hear what the public has to say, what our residents have to say,
Yes.
and how they feel, and to answer their questions. So I would say that our village staff doesn't have to be prepared to come up with a bunch of
Correct.
numbers, and they can just let them know, and we can continue to educate why we've gotten to this point, and so that they have a better understanding and feel more comfortable with the process. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, but I need to understand, are we gonna have a resolution on the agenda then, rescinding the resolution that was previously passed? I need to
Why don't you
understand.
put it?
My understanding was he has the right to do that, to bring a
No,
motion.
that's his motion. He wants to direct us tonight, direct me tonight, I guess, with the council's blessing, to prepare a resolution, to have it at this meeting on Thursday or Friday to rescind the previous resolution.
I'm against
No,
that.
listen, Chad,
You
I
don't want
know
the
that you're
resolution.
trying to help, but I'm sorry. Let me just tell you in English, council members, perhaps, if that's the best way to proceed, you just vote it down at that time on Friday or Thursday. I will be advocating for changing your vote, but what I'm advocating more is the forum to have this comment, just exactly as Katie just summarized it. And at the end, you know, we can, maybe 2 people will show up, maybe 100, or maybe nobody. But at least we say we tried, you know. And
I have to say, I'm not in favor of having a vote at the end of whether we're going to rescind this or not. I would like to be able to present a somewhat unified front on exactly what this means to the public and what we're asking of them. So it can be an educational session driven by us, by the council.
But see, if God answers my prayers and I change your mind and Mike's mind, and you want to vote with me on Friday, if you don't have the resolution on the floor, we won't be able to do anything.
Yeah, right. That's his point. That's what he's.
That's the whole thing. That's
like
why
to-
he's complicating it. But
That's why I'm trying to make it.
yeah, let's keep it simple. But
Yeah.
you have to have the resolution. That's all. And
In
I'm
other
sure you won't-
words, Luis, if we didn't have that resolution, you would feel like there was no reason to have this meeting, because it would be a way to inform the public.
Right, correct. I'm in the hope that some other people, I don't want to be any more, as a lot of you are also, you know, channel. I think we should have an open channel to all 7 of us and hear our discussions with proper, which we would have done if we have done the ordinance way. But I missed that. I missed completely that thing. And I know it's proper and everything else, but this is public policy. People are not going to be tripped over, whether it's a rescinding and all these legalistic stuff. I think it's worth it. Education. It's worth. It's conceivable that somebody could change their mind. And if you want to do that, you won't have the vehicle if you don't have that thing. So don't get trapped with the resolution issue. I think the intent is more the educational part, and probably none of you vote anyway. So it's that, you know.
I guess my concern would be that would turn us into individuals advocating for different positions as opposed to a group with the public. And that gives me pause.
Well,
I agree with you, Katie, as well. I'm 100% on board. I think that we've already put this on the, we've already voted this to be on the ballot. Let the people make the decision whether you want to advocate for or against it. But I don't want to start thinking about what we voted on and then go back on what we voted on. I'm okay with listening to the people, and we should spread that news around and let the people decide.
So your philosophy is that under no circumstances, this resolution you passed with clearly not enough notice for people to participate. There's been enormous participation of the council since the news got out of what was decided, that the voter, the taxpayer, does not have a chance to bring to your attention one time, not one more time, their views with the purpose of either changing your mind or reaffirming your judgment. Yes, Katie.
Okay.
Each one of us has a responsibility to vote their conscience. That's why we ran for office.
Let's call the question. Let's call the question on this motion, guys. We need to move forward.
What's the motion?
I think it's a council member's motion. He'd like to have. It's been seconded by Councilmember London to have and correct me, council member, if I'm wrong, but to have a meeting at which we will have a motion there will be a motion to rescind our resolution at the end of the meeting.
No, I'm against
With
that. I'm
public
okay with having
participation.
public comment.
With public, yeah, of course, it would be
Yeah.
a special call meeting with public participation.
No other items, just that. Public
Just that item,
participation.
sole item.
I
Yes,
would
sir.
like to amend the motion to remove the rescind resolution on it, and I'm all for it.
I would agree with Brett.
But Brett,
That's a
let's
second.
just say, Brett, let's just say, because I know this rescind is bothering you. Let's just say, joking aside, that you change your mind and two other people change your mind for some compelling reason that we didn't know. Then you're completely helpless at the end of the day to stop what you might have now think is a mistake. So I don't understand don't react to the word rescind. You can still not vote for rescind. But the only thing that the resolution does is give you the ability to make it an action meeting and reaffirm, after hearing from people and giving them a forum that they deserve, your votes, which is respected. I respect your vote. I respect everybody's vote. But I think this is a big decision that has been made with minimal amount of exposure. And it shows from the comments that people are giving around. And this is actually a good tool towards getting a more civilized election. This community will be very divided, more so than it is now. We have national elections, we have local elections, we have all kinds of things going on.
All right.
I'm trying to pave the way to have as much tranquility as possible. And this will be a step in that direction. There is no harm if you feel different from me in having the people speak to us. That's all. And then if you're convinced at the end, you can act. If you don't have the resolution, you cannot act. That's all.
The thing that's particularly unique about this is if we change our mind, we're changing our mind not to let the people have an opinion at the ballot in November.
Right.
So it's not as if we've made a decision to go ahead and offer ourselves $100 million bond. We're making a decision to put something on the ballot.
Yeah. You know, yeah.
Okay, let her finish and then you can
I'm
go.
sorry. I apologize, madam. My fault. Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's just,
You know, what I find hard to understand from you all, I'll tell you with my heart, is we spend, I don't know, 8 hours, at least 8 hours on community grants, which is less than 1%, properly advertised, reach out. We spend a whole night talking about $700,000, $800,000. And it was so important that we had a whole day or whole night, a good 8, 9 hours. And I cannot get you to say that people want to have the same kind of input on a 100 million decision, whatever you call it, a blank check or not a blank check, is a major decision. We made progress today, obviously, on the charter amendment, but I think they deserve minimally the same quality of concern that the community grants or point less than 1% of our budget. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand why you were not for it.
All right, two things. One, my principle is I rescind things when I'm really sure that I want to go back on my vote. And I'm 100% sure my vote was the right vote. So I'm not in favor of rescinding it. Your point on allowing the public to speak their mind, it's on the ballot. They can go and actually put their vote on. They don't even need to convince us. They just go and put their vote in. They are able to do it. So for me, this is just a complete waste of time. I would love to hear what they're saying, but they get to make the vote, and I think we need to educate them so they make a good vote.
It's a waste of time to give them a forum to speak.
Councilmember London, please let the vice mayor continue.
A forum to speak, they can come and speak all they want. They can make their arguments and to other people, but in the end of the day, they are making the vote, not us. So they get to speak their voice. They get to say what they get to make the vote. They don't even need to convince us. Why are you so afraid to have this on a ballot? I cannot understand it. I don't understand unless you're afraid that the majority of the people want it.
I'm afraid that it would lose. That's why. That's the answer, the short answer.
Well, then you need to start using different language up there and not misinforming people to be against it. Start putting people and show them why this is a good thing.
That's right, Brett.
That's what you need.
Guys, let's have a vote. We understand what the vote is, right? Everybody? Okay, let's vote.
Councilmember McCormick,
No.
Vice Mayor Moss,
No, because I don't agree with the rescind.
Councilmember Petros.
No.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, did you say no?
I said no.
Thank you. Councilmember Segorola,
Yes.
Mayor Davy,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, so we're having a
Thursday.
special, we're gonna have a special call meeting on Thursday at what time?
6 o'clock.
And we're gonna have at the end, there will be a motion to rescind the resolution to put the GOB bond out. to the
That's
voters.
correct.
And will this will be Zoom or in person?
This will be in Zoom.
Zoom. Okay.
Let's limit it to 2 hours.
Well, assuming I would legitimately do that. I just, if there are public comments, I'm going to let the public comments go as long as they go. I think that's, to council.
Limit them to
The reason
2
I'm
minutes.
supporting this very simply is because I look, my vote, I believe that the bond should go forward. I'm 100%, but I don't want people saying that we haven't provided them an opportunity to speak on this. So let's move on. Next item.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is continuation of the second virtual budget workshop. Motions may be made on this item.
We take a short break.
Yes, good idea. Can we take a 5-minute break? 10-minute break?
Yes, 5-minute break. Be back here at 8:51.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Yes, sir.
Ready to go live?
1, 2, 3. Kate, Brett, are you there? Allison, are you there?
I'm here.
Get some waters.
I'm here, Mikey.
I see you. All right.
Hi, Eddie.
Vice Mayor,
Hi, Katie.
Councilmember McCormick are the two we're waiting on.
Hey, Ed, are your dogs with you?
Downstairs eating a small squirrel or something.
Dago, you want to look at the people here?
Oh, there's somebody.
Doggy.
Ah.
Baby. Dago. What do you mean?
All right, let's give Vice Mayor Moss and Allison and Councilmember McCormick a minute, and then we'll get going.
I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, hello.
Councilmember McCormick? All right, it's 8:57. It's almost 9 o'clock. Madam Manager, I know you wanted to make a comment before we restarted our budget workshop.
I just wanted to sort of frame where we left off and then the sequence of events to follow.
Okay,
Before we're ready to reconvene.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, welcome back. So regarding the proposed budget workshop continuation from the last workshop that we did, I wanted to reiterate the proposed budget before you has a millage rate set at 3.2781, which would be the effective ceiling for trim notice purposes at this time.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The proposed budget, which is the budget that was presented to you before, same document, has a millage rate at 3.2781. 3.2781. We've made the changes requested by council at the last meeting, and we have updated some of our numbers based on new information we've received. My goal for tonight is for the council to provide direction on this millage rate so that the village can submit the trim notice to the Department of Revenue prior to the August 4th deadline. So net of all the changes that we've made, and we can go through them once we finish the presentations, we basically are balanced nearly a couple $1,000s off at the 3.2781. So our recommendation remains the same at the 3.2781. The game plan for this evening, given that we had started our workshop, we were going to regard back to the package. We didn't print a new document. There's no new document to follow. We were going to start back up at tab 10 with the police budget, and then tab 11, the fire budget. And then after that, some of the tabs will be taken slightly out of order so that the department heads can present at one time instead of toggling between them. So that is that's the intro.
Drea, can you remind us what the rollback rate is?
The rollback rate is 3.2189. Thank you.
Okay.
So without further ado, Chief Press, take it away with police, please, sir.
Chief.
Mayor, council
All right.
member, Madam Manager, and good evening to our new clerk. Congratulations on your new role. So tonight I'm going to have a different type of budget presentation than I have had in the past 16 years. A couple of weeks ago, I had my 16th anniversary with the Village of Key Biscayne. And I've always presented a budget that I thought was fair and to the point, and I'm going to do that again tonight. My budget is going to be the one that you have seen since it was printed for you. It's going to reflect a full service police department. I'll talk about some of the services that we provide. But we all know that there is an elephant in the room, and that elephant in the room is a call for by Councilmember London, which has been sent out to all council members, to our manager. We're all aware of what Councilmember London is asking for. So in addition to me presenting my budget, I'm also going to discuss what those changes would reflect, what we currently do, and how those changes could reflect how the police department will look and work in the future. So if you take a look at our budget proposal for this year, we came in at $8.380 million with an approximate 1% increase in our budget from last year. However, if you look at operational spend,
clerk.
No, but it's the first day. It's the first day. You gotta.
We actually reduced it by 10%. If you look at some of the items that we had some huge reductions on, one of them is going to be other contract services. This refers to our school crossing guard program. We had intended, hoping to provide additional crossing guards both day and night. And that was our intent on June 2nd when we presented our original budget to the manager. However, realizing that there was a slight downfall in our property values, we reevaluated the entire budget 8 days later, or over a process of 8 days, and reduced that June 2nd budget by just under $450,000. And one of those casualties was our crossing guard program. Our crossing guard program will remain the same as last year, but that will now include having officers in the morning and the evening at the Graham Bay intersection, which we all have come to realize is probably our most dangerous pedestrian intersection. And we'll still be providing the services that we provided last year. So there'll be no reduction in service in your crossing guard. There'll actually be an addition for the entire school year, should we have school this year, by placing our police officers over there at Graham Bay in the morning and the evening. And we also will be placing IDOMI officers, crossing guards, at East Heather in the afternoon when our kids are playing in the fields, and many of them tend to cross eastbound or westbound to get into our parks. We also have reduced our capital outlay, police equipment, by $70,000 from the original budget that we proposed. Part of that reduction was to extend our engines from our large police boat, the Contender, another year, hoping to get another year out of it. We're at about 2,600 hours. The general, I guess, best practice for a working police boat is about 3,000 hours. Our proposal was at some point to replace those engines, do a excellent job of maintaining those engines. We have a program, and we have budgeted for our maintenance checkups to resume as they have in the past. And our hope is that we could get away with not having to replace those engines in this budget year. We also cut out $25,000 that we felt we did not need in some IT replacements that we looked at, and we currently feel that we can get away with at least another year of those IT reductions. We also did a review of all of our training, and this is where a large amount of our costs are incurred. Those costs are incurred because we not only train away from the Village of Key Biscayne, but we have training within the Village of Key Biscayne where we hire professional trainers to come in and provide the type of education that our officers need. In some cases, not mandatory needs, and those are the ones we took a strong look at. Such as some of the conferences that provide excellent information, and the reality of policing in 2020 right now and moving into the future is our profession is changing dramatically. We are going to miss out on the national conference. I am hoping that they decide to cancel the physical conference and conference. That hasn't been decided yet. We're also canceling our state conference. And keep in mind that making those reductions hinders our ability to continue to see what these changes and modifications other departments are making in response to the attacks on our cities and the increases in crime and the response to COVID and other major emergencies. So we've reduced that by quite a few $1,000s. We also cut out, unfortunately right now, our dive team. As we have had to reshape our Marine Patrol, we found that our police divers were no longer a daily part of patrolling the waterways. Therefore, we felt right now it did not serve the village well to continue to recertify our police divers or continue with the dive team. Our hopes are that A, they're never needed. However, if they are needed, our hope is that we have a fireboat with a dive team from the city of Miami. We have a fireboat with a dive team from Miami-Dade County. And hopefully those resources will be available in the God forbid event that we need some type of diving. And anybody who's been in the water knows that is a very expensive item. I already talked about our IT equipment. We unfortunately have had to cut back on some of our programs that we wanted to present, our programs to the community, such as our anti-bullying program that we presented last year with Retro Bill that had reached 1,000 of our students directly and several hundred of our parents directly. Very, very well appreciated program. However, that line item was $7,000 and we felt that was too much to deal with this year. Our Halloween safety program, where we do a lot of giveaways and a lot of things that may add a better experience for our kids to go trick-or-treating. We cut back on that. We removed the public safety day, which we feel is a benefit to the community, so they get to know firsthand the equipment that we use, the cops that we have, and we're all right there. We're all there in front of them. We took that away. We reduced some operating supplies that we didn't feel we would need this year. We reduced 8 conferences that we were scheduled to go to this year. And we also unfortunately had to reduce our Florida Leadership Academy, which is for mid-level supervisors, and our senior leadership program, which is for upper level management. And that is a program that I think we all wish to have, because that is what helps us to provide our leaders for the future. It's very important. And I want to keep something in mind here when we talk about this $450,000. This is unsustainable. We're going to need engines for our boats to replace them. We have 243 homes that are on the water. We have condos that are on the water. We have a large internationally renowned hotel that's on the water. Our need for our Marine Patrol and our responses is extremely important. So I know that we're going to have to upgrade our power for those boats. Fortunately, the boats that we did purchase are excellent working machines. They're going to last a long time with the care and the maintenance that we do on them. However, engines are built not to last forever, especially when you talk about. I'm also going to have to enlist some of these training programs that I reduced for this year because they require certifications or at least maintenance, and that would include DARE certifications and to ensure that our internal affairs investigators are up to date and our property and management unit is up to date. These are all parts of a police department that can get your department in trouble with the state, with federal guidelines, because you're talking about property management alone, the securing of guns and drugs and money. When you talk about internal affairs, you're talking about the investigations of police officers if they're accused of doing something wrong. So a lot of this is going to come back to you in the future. I can't say I can keep it away forever. We will eventually have to replace servers. We will eventually have to replace the laptops that drive our reporting system. And hopefully someday we can bring back some of the programs that we removed, like the anti-bullying program and our Halloween safety program. And I want to talk about this. For Halloween, that doesn't eliminate the cops that we will be putting out on the street for Halloween. We've got an outstanding record of providing safety on that very dangerous holiday night. And I say dangerous because we've got cars driving on very narrow roads and thousands of adults and children running around in very dark streets. And that's the reason I say it could be dangerous. However, we will not reduce our manpower for that night. It's the little extras that we continue to buy our kids from all of the schools to provide them with bags and reflectors and things that they can get on their own. So that's in essence some of the large reductions that we've made with our discretionary spending. Again, it's a 10% reduction from last year. I commend my staff for hours upon hours that we have worked on checking our overtime, checking all of these extra spendings, and making sure that we are at the barest of bones and still able to provide our full services. And what do our full services look like? We have 36 police officers and 11 civilians. Those officers and civilians are responsible for providing a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year patrol and response to crime, etc. In fact, I would say an hour and a half ago, I got a phone call where we had a bike theft in progress. Our officers were able to respond almost immediately. They have captured one subject, and our detectives are talking to that subject right now, recovered the property, and are currently in a small manhunt looking for the second subject. So that's part of what we do. We have a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year communications unit. We provide our officers approximately 2,100 training hours a year in total. That's for all the officers and all the civilians. But what do we actually do in our patrol unit? We answer approximately 16 to 20,000 calls for service per year. Those calls for service are handling watch orders, directed patrols, doing traffic stops, crime opportunity notices, crime prevention surveys, handling major events, responding to citizen requests, in addition, obviously, responding to calls for service and patrolling your streets of Key Biscayne. So before I get into the questions on our current budget, because there is this question out there whether this budget will be acceptable or whether the way our services are provided and the way our personnel are allocated will be acceptable. I want to talk about Councilmember London's suggestions for change in our organization. And in essence, what will happen with Councilmember London's request was we would go from a full service police department to providing a basic patrol unit. And so let's talk about what that means. Let's talk about 1993 when you actually created your first police department. The levels we are looking to reduce to, in essence, are very close to the level of police officers at 1993. In 1993, you had approximately between 5,000 and 6,000 residents. You had a state park that had been decimated. You had the rest of the entities that were part of the island of Key Biscayne decimated by Hurricane Andrew. Today, all these years later, 17 years later, whatever it is, I didn't even forget that. But in 2020, you have 10 million cars a year on that causeway. You have 2 million visitors a year to our state park that come through and use your services and your resources in the village of Key Biscayne. That translates to approximately 30,000 cars a day in and out of the Key. These are all factual. They've been translated, and we've received this information from our smart trailers and from the county themselves regarding the amount of traffic. You have 13,000 residents that live in Key Biscayne just about year round with the exception of a summer vacation. Back in 1993, when our levels of police were much lower, you did not have people staying here year long. It was many snowbirds that came and went. And so it was an entirely different community than what we're looking at today. A basic patrol unit can only be a reactive unit. And I'm just going to use the numbers that Councilmember London provided so I can respond to those numbers. His suggestion was to have 3 zones, which we already have, and to have 3 officers and 1 sergeant per shift respond to those zones, each officer having one of those areas of responsibility or zones. He even did us a favor and actually timed out how long it takes to drive around that zone if you were to do the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. I believe one is 32 minutes, one is 30 minutes, and one is 17 minutes. However, what that doesn't take into account is it doesn't take calls for service. It doesn't take watch orders. It doesn't take directed patrols. It doesn't take traffic stops. It doesn't take major events that could take some of our personnel away. It doesn't take any of those things into account. And remember, I think Gary Gross stole my thunder when he talked about what organizations are built for. We're not just built for the moment. We're built to handle any emergency that comes to the village of Key Biscayne. And I know I've said this before. We may be one road in, one road out. But when it comes to calling the cavalry, that's exactly what plays against us. It's a long way to get enough backup from a Miami-Dade County Police Department in the event that we have the big one. And by the time they get there, either you had enough cops and properly trained cops, properly equipped cops to take care of the situation, or we have what could potentially be a major issue on our hands. And what are some of those situations that we have seen in the past? We've seen spikes in crime. Now, spikes in crime are addressed when you have enough additional personnel, not just your 3 cops on the street, but you have enough additional personnel to go out there and to do what we call proactive task forces. In other words, they're out there in the street, not answering calls for service, but actively and proactively looking for the bad guys that caused these spikes in crime. And I think I can talk about some of those experiences and how positively they worked, because I recall a discussion we've had in the past about our chase policy. And I don't want to get into policy decisions tonight regarding should we or shouldn't we. I don't think this is the place or the time, and it's neither negative or positive. But the bottom line is we saw the challenge, we properly staffed with additional staffing, we actually caught those crimes in progress, and we were actually able to identify through maybe not stopping them that night, but we got their license plates, we got their descriptions, and we were able to identify crime rings out of North Broward County that was coming in here and trying to steal every car they could. We identified crime rings that were international out of Chile, that through our identification, we were able to actually clear crimes all the way from LA, Miami Beach, city of Miami, homicides, armed robberies, armed carjackings, from this one group that our people saw, investigated, identified, and moved forward with. We were talking about a storm earlier tonight. It's hurricane season. We need all hands on deck to effectively manage long-term, God forbid, a major hurricane. We can't hope for a small one. We have to be prepared for the big one. And the big one could take years to recover from, as you all who have been there long enough know that happened in Hurricane Andrews. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not crying wolf. I will not do that, but we live in dangerous times. Times have changed dramatically. Affluent communities are targets. And with the civil unrest that is going on out here, you need to be able to say, and I believe the public has shown us this through the pandemic and through a lot of the rioting and the protesting that's been going on in Miami-Dade County, that they are thrilled with their level of service. And I have not had the first person come up to me or any of my officers hoping that we reduce that, because what they feel and what they've shown through their actions and their support has shown that they believe in the kind of work product that we produce and that we provide. I want to talk about some of the things that our patrol unit as a full service unit does, because these things are time consuming. There's a reason that for the last 10 years, we have hovered between 1 and 2 and the top 5 safest cities in the state of Florida. We were actually one of the top 10 safest cities in the United States. The reason for that is you have a full service police organization that is responsive and proactive. Those determinations on safest this or safest that were made by a statewide and a national group of realtors who take into consideration crime, location, anything and everything that has to do with how they sell a community and what drives the prices of those condos, those home dwellings, those single family dwellings. These all have an effect on what determines what rank we hold. We haven't had a homicide in Key Biscayne in 16 years. We've had one horrific home invasion in the last 16 years, right there on Fernwood. And after a quick investigation and identification, we not only solved the crime, but we were able to prove that the family victims were targeted. This was not a random crime by a gang of outlaws. They were actually targeted. We have had an unfortunate situation where one of our homeowners had to live through an occupied burglary, a most frightening crime. Yet within a day or two, we had our subjects identified, the subjects were arrested, and they are currently doing time in the state prison system. This all is a reflection of what a full service police department can do. Because we have detectives, we have 2 detectives that since October of last year through now, the Key Biscayne Police Department has made 81 arrests. 53 of those arrests have been from those 2 detectives doing follow-up investigations on crimes that Miami-Dade County Police Department will not investigate. They will not come out here and spend hours investigating a bike theft or a auto theft or a auto burglary. And it's unfortunate, but with their level of issues and the things that they have to do, they have to prioritize what they respond to and what they don't respond to. That is not something that I'm arbitrarily saying. That is just a fact of how they respond. We also do park and walks where our officers go to our shopping areas, our shopping centers, go to the beach park, go out on the beach, they park their vehicles and they get out of their cars and they actually walk around. We have multiple traffic details that we provide the Village of Key Biscayne. And if you look at our surveys, traffic is one of the top priorities with all of the issues we've had with those 30,000 cars a day and all of our resident vehicles, our golf carts, etc. We, like I said, do directed patrols. This has resulted in additional traffic stops and arrests of people who are wanted subjects because we were actually stopping them in traffic. We handle domestics. We handle disturbance calls. We handle loud party calls. All of these calls for service that I'm referring to right now require 2 people to respond. It's a safety issue. We don't send one person to a domestic. We don't send one person to a disturbance call. We don't send one person to a loud party call that has 100 people at the party. We don't send one person to a traffic stop. These are historically extremely dangerous situations for police officers. And if you only have 3 cops out there and a supervisor, and that supervisor is doing his supervisory duties, he's doing some payroll, or he's looking at a red light camera issue that somebody has brought to his attention, et cetera, and so forth, we may simply not be able to respond to a call for service because we don't have the proper amount of manpower out there. Currently, you have more than enough manpower out there to respond to these calls for service, have our excellent response times, which we provide, and especially in an emergency, our response times of a little over 2 minutes, and in most cases, less than that. You also have sick leave, vacation leave, comp time. We've had injuries to officers. I have lost 3 of my officers to major illnesses in the last year that have taken months to recover. In fact, unfortunately, one of those officers who succumbed to a major illness last year has been readmitted to a hospital with another, what may be 4 to 5 week illness, which could require and will require a minimum staffing overtime position to fill his spot. So when you talk about that, and then you talk about the training and the training that we have to do, that's mandatory. I'm not even talking about our training we want to do. I'm talking about state mandated training hours. We have to do that on overtime because we cannot take 2 or 3 cops or 4 cops off the street to do that training. So whatever cops we have to do their lethal, less lethal, do their 40-hour mandatory retraining to maintain their certifications, anything that is what's called mandatory has to be done with a replacement officer taking their spot out on the street so we can do that training. You can't do that when you don't have sufficient manpower to replace the officers that you take off of the street. We have a DARE officer, but our DARE officer, Sergeant Martin Santiago, is not just a DARE officer. He's a supervisor who supervises all of the special units. He also acts as a replacement on day shift for any sergeant who may call off sick, take vacation, take comp leave, or have another issue. We've got, we had a sergeant who became pregnant. It was a difficult pregnancy and she had to go on light duty. She was not able to work the street. So Sergeant Santiago assumed that duty on top of all of his other duties. The DARE program is different than the school resource programs, which requires 2 officers, one at the K-8 and one to handle the church and parochial private schools that we have on Key Biscayne. So they're completely different assignments and they cannot be mixed and matched. A DARE officer is there to teach DARE classes, to teach anti-bullying, to teach, responsibility to our young folks, in addition to those other things that I talked about that he does. He also serves as our representative with the Principals Coalition and has multiple meetings per month to make sure that our principals are aligned in the safety needs for their schools and for our community. Those are a lot of the things he does. Councilmember London discussed the reduction in our lieutenants. We currently have 3 lieutenants, 1 who serves an administrative function and 2 who split the week so that they can provide a patrol shift commander function. I'll give you some of the things that those 3 are responsible for on a daily basis. They investigate internal affairs complaints, shift level complaints, which don't rise to the level of an internal affairs. They're responsible for inspecting the property and evidence to ensure compliance in that unit and doing spot checks and unannounced checks to ensure that we are following the laws and the guidelines to protect the village of Key Biscayne from any liability regarding property and evidence. They are incident commanders. They serve as the quartermaster for all of our equipment. They are range commanders, major event planners, crime prevention specialists. They handle our red light camera coordination. There are safety officers that they do patrol procurement for all the patrol officers to make sure that we don't just buy a uniform shirt or a pair of shoes or anything without vetting that police officer and ensuring that there is an absolute need to spend that money. They command major scenes until a deputy chief or a chief gets to a major scene. They replace sergeants on day shift to reduce the costs of overtime. They do traffic analysis reports quarterly, which are huge, time-consuming reports which cover anything and everything traffic related so that we could analyze and direct our resources to hopefully ensure that if we see a dangerous area or if we see a trend coming, we respond to those trends. They handle special requests from the community, which is constantly and always. They do the payroll, they do the staffing for patrol, they approve overtime, they oversee communications, CAD RMS, which is our records management system and our computer dispatching. They oversee IT, they do background investigations, they handle the body camera program. They do after action reports. They're on call every weekend without, by the way, costing the village anything unless they actually have to respond. They have phone in and personal responses 24 hours a day. They coordinate with other agencies. They update schedules to avoid overtime excess. They do our statistics. So these are some of the things that those lieutenants do that one lieutenant could simply be overwhelmed with and not be able to handle himself. And by the way, several of the things that they do are very specific, require certifications every year to maintain so that they're able to do those types of duties that I have just spoken to you about. Our traffic unit is responsible for the following, and bear with me. I want you to hear just simply what the traffic unit alone does. They're responsible for traffic enforcement details and saturation patrols. They address every and all traffic complaint that comes into the Village of Key Biscayne Police Department. They do traffic crash investigations and they follow up on every report. They also will respond to calls for service if our other officers are tied up. They work with the lieutenants to create traffic data and analysis. They do citation audits that are mandated by the state to ensure that our citations are not only perfect, but there's no hanky-panky done within the police department with citations and taking care of them. The chief can't just say, I want you to throw that away, or their friend can't say, I want you to throw that away. That's protected by the audits that they do. They do daily red light camera program inspections. They handle the smart trailers that you see. And because they are busy handling traffic, they handle or they have to attend multiple court appearances. Our detectives, I think I spoke about them earlier. These two detectives and their amazing amount of clearance rates and arrests resulted in 2020, very early this year, where they were named the top 2 detectives in police departments, 100 personnel or under throughout Miami-Dade County. That's an honor that very few departments can talk about, but these gentlemen not only earned it, but it was unanimous in their choice as the best in Miami-Dade County. When you talk about these countywide awards, in the last 16 years, we've actually had 7 of the people who currently work in the Village of Key Biscayne Police Department receive countywide awards for excellence, competing against 36 police departments in Miami-Dade County. So I think that's pretty amazing, and that is the type of personnel that you have. We have so many other things that I could talk about that provide a full service program, but I want to close out with this, and I'm not going to bother you with a ton of stats. By the way, our bicycle checkpoint turned away 27,000 cyclists from April to July. 27,000 unmasked, heavy working out cyclists from coming into Key Biscayne. That's extraordinary. And if you look at our numbers of COVID-19 and our COVID-19 response, I think it would be a lot worse if we were flooded with those 27,000 people who were not wearing masks, breathing hard, coming in, going to our 7-Elevens, going into our grocery stores, going into our gas stations, and using those facilities and exposing others to what may potentially be a COVID response or a positive COVID case. As your chief of police, I could tell you that my top priority and the priority of this community or any community is to feel safe. I've already talked about, and I'm not going to go over how dangerous times are. They are what they are. We just have to look at our devices at the TV, and you could see what's going on, including, and very much so, in South Florida. To reduce our police department would have a direct effect on future recruitment and retention. We provide the highest levels of professionalism. And how do I know that? You have no lawsuits for police brutality. You have had, and I'm talking about the last 16 years, you haven't had a lawsuit for an illegal arrest. I talked about the fact that we have very minuscule amount of violent crime here in Key Biscayne. We have no justified internal affairs complaints. 12 years in a row running, and hopefully this year again, which will make 15 years, we have had flawless accreditation reviews. That means the state of Florida feels that we walk our talk every day. We've got the backups to prove it, and we use our best practices. We have the most efficient use of our resources of any police department that I have been associated with. 16 years ago when I got here, I took 2 sergeants off the book and made them patrolmen because we needed to civilianize positions that shouldn't have been used by sworn personnel. Those positions are still manned by sworn personnel today, and those 2 officers are still out there providing you the benefits and the services. These cuts will not provide the same level of service. It's absolutely physically impossible that we can provide a continued same level of excellent service and excellent support and be just as effective. I feel we'll be less safe from traffic issues. I feel we'll be less safe from criminal issues. I'm not crying the blues. I'm not saying the sky is going to fall, but this is based on experience, on the knowledge that we do have criminals come into our community. And you could see the amount of arrests that I talked about and just our arrest tonight. So we are not immune. We are not gated. We don't have walls. I have worked for 16 years, not for me to gain anything personally. I gain nothing by this. My goal has always been to provide you with the most effective, efficient, and finest law enforcement services you can find in South Florida. We've proven ourselves time and time and time again. So this is not about me, folks. This is not about me keeping my job. This is not about me keeping my salary. This is not about that at all. I'm heading toward the end of my career. This is about maintaining the safety and security of your community long after Chuck Press is gone. And with that, I'll turn it to the council for any questions you may have. And thank you for tolerating me and listening.
Thank you, Chief. We have any questions from the council? Councilmember London?
Unmuted.
There you go.
There you go. Thank you, Chief. First of all, I respect the Chief. I think he is a top-notch law enforcement officer. I think he's done a great job as far as protecting Key Biscayne. He and I have differences of opinion on what's required. He's a professional. I'm an amateur. I'm a nobody. I know nothing. But I do have eyes and ears, and I have been around for a long time because I'm very old. So therefore, when I've talked to Chief, and we've talked, I guess I get on his skin for what, last 6-8 years, and I love him dearly, but we differ on certain things. And one of the things we differ on is what I call beat policing. He calls it community policing. He tells me it's boring. I tell him it's part of the community. And my whole concept is very simple. The policeman who would be assigned to the area, and the 3 times he quoted 30, 32, and 17, that shows that I don't divide properly. And when I divide the village in 3 parts, I didn't get it exactly right. But it also illustrated that never exceeding 20 miles an hour craning your neck back and forth. If a patrolman just did that and nothing more, he could patrol twice an hour his beat or his police. And that was every street in Key Biscayne. So what I'm really trying to get to is I wanted police to become part of the community. I wanted the policeman who's on that beat to know the residents, to know the kids, to know the dogs, to know the bicycles, to know the cars, to know everything, and be part of that community. Not just drive, but obviously stop and talk and get to know people, and they get to know him, and they feel protected. So, and that would take 3 people. And of course, you have 4 shifts, so that's 12 people. And of course, they have vacations, sick time, etc. So that takes another 2 people. So that was 14 people. Then we talked about a sergeant. So the sergeant, who would be then in charge of the 3 people on the streets, he would basically be patrolling Crandon Boulevard. And he basically crisscrossing all the time. So all of a sudden you would have a policeman on Crandon Boulevard, visibility, plus the visibility of the police all over the Key all the time. Now, would this provide 2 detectives? No. Would we solve bicycle thefts? Probably not. Would we solve car thefts? Probably not. Would we collect insurance for bicycles stolen? Yes. Would we collect insurance for cars stolen? Yes. But we would not be able to solve those crimes. Basically, what do you open your eyes so wide for, Michael? Anyway, so Michael makes me laugh. I'm sorry. So anyway, and then I talked about the DARE. I don't understand why the DARE officer has to be a separate officer from, I think he calls it a school resource officer. And if it does, and that's the case, which I wasn't aware of, then I don't understand why the DARE officer has to be a police officer. Police officers are very expensive because of the nature of the thing and because of what we pay them. It'd be to me, much better to have a civilian doing that at a much less cost, if that's necessary. So we had 2 officers, I thought. Now he's telling me we need 3, 1 at DARE, 1 at a school resource, and 1 for St. Agnes for the other school. So then we have the boat, and I understand we need 2 people for the boat. So, but we have 2 boats. I don't understand why we have to have 2 boats. We had 1 boat, it was fine. All of a sudden, we had 2 boats. Most of the activity on the water takes place on the weekends. So I understand on the weekends, with 1 boat, with 2 people, they could take their time off on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Monday through Thursday, and then they both would work on the weekends. So you'd have 2 people on the boat on the weekends. You'd have 1 guy just driving around, assuming there was nothing else to do during the week. And these were the major people that I talked about. Obviously, I thought you need a lieutenant who would then be in charge of the sergeant, everybody else, and a deputy chief who would cover for the chief when he's not there, and he would cover for the lieutenant. Now, obviously, again, I'm not a professional. This is probably an idealized description of what's necessary. So what I'm really telling you is that this number of people, I think, provided 11 additional people that we didn't need. 1 deputy chief, 2 lieutenants, 1 sergeant, and 9 officers. I think that's what it was. I don't have the numbers in front of me. And I think the savings, also the related cars, equipment, insurance, all the other things that went with it, I think it came out, I don't have it in front of me, it was $2.some million, Chief. Do you remember what the number it was?
2.1, sir.
$2.1 million. And to me, that's a major savings. Now, we talk about the traffic unit. We did fine without the traffic unit. We didn't need motorcycles to patrol. Now, this is not the chief's doing, by the way. This was the council's doing back in 2013 or 14. They said, oh, we ought to go patrol the causeway because Dade County's not doing it well. So we needed police to patrol the causeway. And then, of course, we had motorcycles. And now when I see parked, I see 3 motorcycles. We used to have 2 motorcycles. I don't know if we have 3 motorcycle patrolmen now or 2 motorcycle patrolmen. But the point is, why do we have to do that? To me, it makes no sense to do that. Why do we have to do that? I see there are people there. I don't see our people there. I've asked we put in a GPS system. And I've asked the manager repeatedly, where is the GPS system? Where can I see where our officers are during the day? And I've constantly not got anything back from her. She tells me she can't get it from the department. I know we pay for the GPS system. I know it's in the budget, but somehow or other, I can't look at it. And when the chief has the advantage, he knows what's happening all the time. I can't even get to see that to analyze what's doing there. So these are some of the things. This is an idealized world. I don't expect you to listen to me. the chief's a hell of a sight better salesman than I'll ever be because, and also, he also has the knowledge because he has the advantage because he has all the information. All I'm saying to you is I believe, and I didn't even get into the administration, the 11 other people. I'm not even going to get into that now because as far as the major dollars go, that's not where the major dollars are. Do I believe money could be saved there? I'm sure there could be. But at this point in time, all I'm saying to you, gentlemen, ladies, we have to look at it, Chief. Look at it. I know you can justify every position, but assume you didn't have all the money. How can you do it just as well? And that's where I'm coming from. And again, this is not to besmirch you or your people. You got great people. I love your people. You know, last thing in the world, I hate like lay people up. By the same token, I'm also responsible for the taxpayers, for the money they spend. I mean, council didn't know until recently that our average employee costs, not you, not the police department, it's probably more, but our average employee costs us $154,800. Actually, it's more than that because they didn't put in the overtime. They didn't put a number of other things. Benjamin's did a spreadsheet, which you guys have not received. You received something from Tom Fosler, which was not the same numbers that Benjamin has. They're lower numbers because they probably don't take all the costs in. So we have a tremendous amount of money being spent in personnel. But all I'm saying is let's do it as efficiently as possible. That's where I'm coming from. I guess nothing else to say.
Ed, could I just talk?
You love me as much as I love you or not?
Oh, well, you know I love you, Ed, and I appreciate
At times.
And Ed, the best part of this is that I am able to talk about this, okay? I do have 45 and a half years of experience in this profession, and it's my profession. I'm not a salesman, Ed.
You're the best. You're the best.
I'm a chief of police.
You're the best, baby. You're the best.
A salesman would be BS in the community.
No, not BS. You got
would not be able to provide the levels of service, Ed. Please let me respond because I feel, you know, that deserves a response. A salesman is a guy who wants people just to purchase, to buy, to spend frivolously, just so that salesman comes out on top, et cetera, and so forth. That's not my job, Ed. My job as your police chief, and why I was brought here 16 years ago, because crime was rampant in Key Biscayne and service was not acceptable in Key Biscayne. We did not have the professional organization 16 years ago that we have now. This has been a building block after building block, providing better and better and more comprehensive service over 16 years. A lot of it at the direction of the council, but every bit of it approved by every council that I have had to face over 16 years. I bring in numbers, Ed. I provide statistics. I don't provide smoke and mirrors because my statistics can easily be seen, okay? So my whole point here is, you know, Ed, you've got 243 of the probably highest taxed homes because they're on the waterways, and they deserve to have 7 days a week coverage for their marine patrols. You've also got up to 200 or more boat owners. The yacht club itself has 160 wet and dry spots alone, and they have a waiting list years long of additional boat owners on the Key that want to bring their boats over there. So they have to put their boats in the Miami Marina, in the county marina, or in their yards, wherever they need to provide them. So you do need more than one boat. And Ed, what happens when a boat goes in for repair? I think you're or have been a boat owner, and boats break down regardless of the best levels of maintenance, like cars. What do they say? It's a big hole in the ocean. The happiest day is first and last day, right?
Keep dumping money.
Exactly. What could we do if we lost a boat for a month, if we had a major issue and we've got our people out there on the water? You talk about our traffic unit, Ed. It isn't the fact that we have motorcycles. It's the fact that you have 30,000 cars a day coming in and out of this village. It's about the fact that one of the major complaints from the entire community is the way people drive and their irresponsibility toward following the traffic laws and the traffic rules. The only way to address that truly, Ed, is not by that person who is lodged in an area of responsibility and may be lucky if he sees a traffic incident happen in his 12-hour shift, but to actually answer these complaints that I have gotten forever with a unit of dedicated people who go out there and handle nothing but traffic and yet are still responsible, as I have said, for so many other things. And they still handle calls for service. And by the way, the reason for the motorcycles is motorcycles can go where cars cannot. Motorcycles could respond quickly to a place that cars may not be able to respond to at all. And that's the reason for those motorcycles. The traffic unit could be cars, it could be motors. This year we put together the biggest bicycle program we've ever had for community policing purposes. And what happened literally right after we did that? COVID hit and we weren't going bicycling anymore. We do coffee with a cop. I've gone out and have town hall meetings. We've introduced our cops out there. Ed, with all due respect, I was a beat cop many years ago on Lincoln Road in Miami Beach and on Washington Avenue in Miami Beach, where they had not only a beat cop, but the rest of the patrol officers were all in cars answering calls for service because you have to do that. You have to take reports, you have to patrol, you have to answer those calls. And the beat cop back then served a better purpose in a business district than it did. We never had beat officers in residential communities. What am I gonna do, Ed? You're home on a Saturday afternoon and I'm gonna knock on your door and say, hey, Ed, it's Chuck, just checking up on you. How you guys doing? Okay. I'm invading your privacy by doing that. I patrol those same streets, council member, and I don't see people just hanging out in their front yards, waiting to wave and say kumbaya to anybody, whether it's their neighbors, whether it's the police. The majority of our people are not out in their front yards. They're either in that park with their kids, God bless them, or they're out on their vessels, or they're doing those types of things. So the idea of beat policing, and I get it, Ed, it had its day and it had its time. There are so many other things that we're responsible for, but first and foremost is your safety. First and foremost is to have a proactive police department that can investigate and can prevent further crimes. Ed, the arrest that we made at the Shell gas station at the beginning of this COVID with those 3 bad guys, the driver was armed, okay? We arrested that driver just recently when our detectives identified a 15 bicycle theft within a week, 15 bicycles, high-end, $1,500, $2,000 bikes. So they were targeted. One of the 3 guys that those cops identified and arrested was the same bad guy carrying a gun at the Shell station when we had that big manhunt and helicopters, etc. That is keeping the bad guys away and doing the job to make sure that they don't feel safe coming into Key Biscayne, that there is a very proactive, responsive group of people. I know it costs money, Ed. I watch every dollar I spend. I have been the most scrutinized department in the village of Key Biscayne for 16 years running. Nobody has spent more time defending what I've done. And I continue to do that. And I do that not for me, Ed. I'm blessed to have this job. I love this job. But if you send me away tomorrow, I'm okay. I'm doing this because I'm a dedicated public servant, not a salesman, who is there to provide you and your community with the absolute best. And that's all.
When I was saying, Chuck, nothing derogatory about a salesman whatsoever. Basically, the salesman was basically you are selling us what your department does. You're not selling bells and whistles. You're saying, hey, this is what we are. This is what we do. And you're telling us, well, maybe sales is not the proper term, but you're convincing us that this is what we need. Well, to me, that's selling. And I'm trying to sell that that's not what you need. Okay. So basically, we're both salesmen. You're a better one than I am. Anyway, I'm not going to get anywhere. I try this every year. And so we'll have a drink together later. Take good care.
And we're both survivors.
For sure. Twice.
No, Chief, I just wanted to say thank you. You know, Gary Gross said it before. This community expects a Class 1 police force. You know, Ed, I supported you. Well, you and I opposed the motorcycle police, the traffic cops back in the day. But the fact is, the community wanted it. And to the Chief's point, the community,
4-3, baby.
people
4-3.
along. What's that?
It was 4-3, and then it was reversed, and then Myra reversed her vote. Okay, so it actually.
But my point is, people supported the idea, and then with the Marine Patrol, the same thing. We had people coming to us, and we still have people. When I talk to people who live on Mashta or live in her, they want it. So
I'm not saying get rid of it, Mike. I didn't say get rid of the Marine Patrol. I'm saying have 2 people instead of 4 people. You want to have a spare boat? That's
okay,
fine.
but then what I do is I go to. Fine, but now we have these services and we have an expert, and you and I and the rest of the other 5 people on council, our job is to set strategy and policy. We then go to the manager, say, Madam Manager, put this into effect, and she has a professional, the chief of police, who's going to carry forward those policies. So my position is I think we're getting a hell of a bargain with Chief. I know sometimes, you know, there are things that we pay for that you're not happy with, and I get that. But the service that we're provided by this police force is exemplary. And I think we're fortunate to have it. That's all I'm going to say. Vice Mayor Moss?
Look, Ed, I know where you're coming from. I know what you're putting out there. I disagree with it because, like you said at the beginning, you're not an expert in this, and you're not, right? You don't know about public safety. You don't know about running a police or a fire station or any of this type of stuff. So, you know, if this is something that I have supported, and Chuck, you've been doing a great job there. I have no personal issues with the department, but if there are possible efficiencies or deficiencies, meaning that maybe we don't have enough people, you know, by what we want to have, what we want, what the outcome wants to be, I'm open for us to look at bringing, and I know you brought this up before, bringing in a independent, a person that can come in, or a company that specializes in and has an expertise in these types of you know, police or fire or whatever it is that we want to look at. Have them come in, have them give us a report. We may find out we're understaffed. We may find out that we have the right amount of staff, but maybe the structure could be adjusted a little bit in order to fit the needs that we're looking for. And we can work with, you know, Chuck and our manager, and we can put that all together. But I would take a recommendation from somebody who's an expert that knows this. And if you want that to be separated from the chief and the manager, I understand that as well, because maybe we want an outside look at things that maybe we're not looking at. And I would be open for that. And I've always supported that even before I was on council when you brought that up. So that would be the only way that I would look at this, but I would not be in favor of start making cuts just, you know, because Ed London tells us to, right? So that's where I am on that.
I've been trying to get that done, by the way. Andrea has tried to get a few different companies involved. So far, she hasn't got anybody which I would consider acceptable to come in and do that job. I don't know if she's doing anything more to try and get people more now. I mean, more people are looking at other companies, but I agree with you completely. That's the way to do it. And you're right. Maybe we're going to say we need more people. I'm not an expert. I'm an observer. I see what's happening. I see the growth in the police. I see the various things that's happened. Doesn't bother you the money spent? That's fine. It bothers me. That's all.
Councilmember Petros, then Councilmember Laredo, then Councilmember McCormick.
Slightly off topic, but I have a sense that we may be dealing with issues with COVID for many months going into this budgeting period. And I wanted to know, there's some line items that just aren't going to have, you may not need all the way through the year. And I didn't know when you started this budget and now, and when it's going to be presented to us in September, I think it really needs a lot more flexibility potentially. And have you thought about that and how to adapt? It obviously creates stressors in other areas because you're patrolling the beaches and you're having to adjust. But I just wanted to know how you felt you would plan for the upcoming year, given all the uncertainty that we're experiencing right now, and how that impacts your budget.
That's a fair question, ma'am. And just to give you an idea, and bear with me because I'm grabbing something off my phone so I could share it with you right now. But we have been, since the beginning of COVID, and since we've been under these issues that we've been dealing with, we have had the majority, if not all of our officers assigned to specific posts, stationary posts, to ensure that our curfew, our cycling, our parks, our beaches, our grocery stores, our shopping centers, et cetera, and so forth, have compliance, not only from their employees, but from our residents as well. So the idea of being able to proactively go out there and patrol sometimes has been very, very difficult. But for instance, I want to give you an interesting stat that occurred, or that I asked for today, and give me 1 second for it, because, you know, we still get these complaints about golf carts, right? And I always hear about golf carts. So I told my staff that I wanted to put out an extra cop on overtime starting July 8th through July 20th, just to see what we could do with one person doing nothing but targeting our issues with juveniles and golf cart violations. So from July 8th through July 20th, 12 days, 45 total hours of overtime, we made 39 juvenile golf traffic stops. We wrote 16 citations to those juveniles, and 23 warnings were given to them, just by one person who did nothing but focus on that issue in particular. So if we were to look long-term at having emergency orders, having curfews, having responses that we have to ensure are in compliance with those emergency orders, it would limit our ability to go out there and proactively patrol. And it may cost you a little bit of overtime if we were to get a spike in crime and we had to address that, and at the same time address COVID. You got a storm right around the corner, and we're not even in August yet. Regardless of whether, Lord willing, it's a tropical storm or, God forbid, a hurricane, this is not the end. It's the beginning of hurricane season in reality. And we'll have to respond to that also. So, but if you also look at our overtime response to COVID, we have worked incessantly and changed our staffing plans 4 different times so that we could avoid charging large amounts of overtime to the village. We don't look at it as if we're going to get reimbursed. And so it doesn't matter what kind of overtime I spend. I look at every dollar I spend of yours, and I make sure that if you question those dollars, I can provide you with an answer that benefits the taxpayers and that would get the support of the 7 of you, because you would know that we are working as diligently as possible to keep those costs as low as possible and still provide a service.
May I?
I answered your question, ma'am. I'm not
Yeah.
questioning.
Chief, I don't know how.
Laredo, and then Councilmember McCormick. I'm sorry.
Could I just one
Running out of
follow-up,
battery.
Chief Press?
Yes, ma'am.
If this were to, the current state were to go in for the next 9 months, do you have the staffing that you need in order to sustain what you've been doing for the last 3 months?
Yes, because of the way we have changed our staffing plan.
Okay.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes, I'm trying to, as you may or may not know by now, not only did I run on a strict enforcement platform, but I am probably the most law and order person in this council. and I don't have the professional background that you have, but I have been involved with the mayor of Miami in the 70s. And so I've learned about real policing, and I've had experience with both Bloomberg in New York and Daley in Chicago as they helped me to promote better police practices in Latin America as part of our youth foreign policy. And that experience has taught me extraordinary respect for the police department and the complications and the dedication that is required to do it effectively. It would be wrong and it would be unfair to categorize Ed London's proposals as either personal or irresponsible. I would only ask you to put yourself, whether you agree or disagree, or I disagree, which I do, and a lot of it, put yourself in our spot for a minute. Take off your hat as chief of police, a very good one. You know, we have pressures from our taxpayers who are going through some very difficult times to find efficiencies. It doesn't mean that we're going to cut basic services, but each one of the departments need to figure out a way to make the work excellent as it is in a police department for less. Can it be done? I'm not sure. There's where I step back and say, I'd rather give you, as I have since I've been here, whether it's purchases and whatever, the benefit of the doubt, because I'm not in the business of second guessing professionals. But, you know, one of the statistics that you need to know, for example, and it's part of what we're going to have to deal with, Ed mentioned $154,000 more or less, the average cost of our employees, our 130 employees. Well, I did some research on the Bureau of the Census Statistics, and since everybody thinks that everybody in Key Biscayne is wealthy and multimillionaire and doesn't work for a living, our median household income, which is the average household income in Key Biscayne, you'd be surprised that it is $139,000. So you have this abnormality where our employees are making more than the bosses because they're the taxpayers and the shareholders. It does not affect you directly. I want you to divorce yourself from our criteria on the police department. I applaud, as I will criticize it, and I already did, the fire department, that in your first responses to this crisis, you came very well, you managed very well over time. It was very starkly clear to me that you managed to do well. These are extraordinary times. And we're all talking about we are on this together. But we're in the negotiations, and, you know, we're 60% of our budget is payroll, and everybody's in this together, except when it comes to their compensation. You know, well, it's an abnormal world. Abnormal is now normal. Everybody has to pitch in. People have to work a little harder without pay. People are being laid off in Key Biscayne, very senior people in their companies. They have college debts for their kids that they have to address. So you have to look at this conversation in the content of what we have to live with. And I, for one, applaud his effort to at least try to come up with some suggestions, and then I can shoot down, but at least he did his homework. And I think that's what we need to do. I support what you do. I would hope that you can, as we go forward, you know, maybe refine a little more than money without sacrificing, and it may be a contradiction of the services that you're doing very well. But it's not a vendetta, and it's not about whether we believe. I do resent, by the way, and I think I haven't told you, you know, with me, you know where I stand. A whole bunch of people which offended me, intelligence, and some people who up to then I respected and I don't anymore, some sort of campaign about defunding the police department. You know, so I don't know who started that, but that was the worst thing they could have done for our police department. It certainly got me hot because I would not think for half a second about defunding police department, which is a vogue word now by some radicals about basically abolish police department. I don't think anybody in this council is not supportive of what you're doing and appreciative of what you're doing. They just want, since you lead that department, understand that we are also in a very hot seat. People they want us to do something because they are going through a lot of stress. And people are going through a lot of stress financially and otherwise. And that's the content on which this conversation should go forward. How it comes down to dollars and cents, I think that we can work out, but I think everybody's in the right place. I don't know that anybody in this council wants to do nothing but make it better than what you've already done. And I just want to give you that reflection. It has not, I appreciate your briefing, and I appreciate what London is trying to do. He sometimes doesn't express himself well, but he doesn't have to apologize that he doesn't know. It is precisely because he's had a lot of other experiences, and that's what we all bring to this thing. Each one of us bring an experience that we want to share with you guys, so you don't make the same mistakes that we made in our professional life. So, I mean, that's the spirit that we have to have as we go into this budget process. It's not just another budget process. Even on your 16 years, it's going to be a big one. And we're going to have a very bad year next year as well, unfortunately, in my view. So I hope we shift this to the positive, is what I'm trying to say. I, for one, am very supportive, as you know. I'm vocal when I have to be, because I'm actually more tough than you, as you remember from my policy insistence on chase. But I understand the professionalism that requires you to do that. But I'm never going to cheat on spending. And by the way, as I look at this budget, as I told you before, and I think I like the guys with the uniform on the beat enforcing the law. I have a lot less sympathy for the people in the back. They're still good people, but the support staff and all those benefits. If I have to cheat on the side of overspending, I'd rather give it to the cops with the uniform. And anyway, I'm sorry, but I wanted you to know where I'm coming from, and I think also to help Ed, because sometimes he and you sometimes get into a discussion, but he comes from the right place, Chief. He's trying to do an overall job.
No, sir, and I so appreciate your words, Council Member. And Ed and I are actually friends.
Oh my God.
We may not agree on certain ways of doing things, but I certainly have a tremendous amount of respect for Ed and his success in his life, as with your success and everybody on that council. Nobody up there is an unsuccessful person who hasn't made an impact in their families' lives and in the community's life. I was asked the other day to put myself in your seat. And I thought long and hard about that question. And my response to that would be this. I understand that you want to look at every dollar that's being spent in your village. That makes all the sense in the world. The reason I reduced my budget, $450,000 in 7 days of meetings, hour after hour, is I wanted to make sure that there was zero fat in anything, including things that I felt were necessary, but we could live without for a year or two, at least. So I have been doing exactly what you're asking me to do. And when I say I, sir, with all due respect to my team, I'm not talking about Chuck Press. No. I may be the director, but we have worked as a team feverishly to take a look at everything we do. Are we right? Are we wrong? Are we overstaffed, understaffed? Do we need X? Do we need Y? And I welcome a professional examination of my police department. I'm not afraid of that. My team is not afraid of that. I think you will find that we're right on the money. I think that we might find that to provide the same level of service that we have to bring people in on overtime for and things like that would be a benefit to add people. I don't want to add people, Council Member. I don't want to add that additional burden to the taxpayers of Key Biscayne. That's not my goal. My goal is simply to maintain this level. And as far as you go and your desire to see strong and excellent policing, or Ed's desire to, take a look at every dollar spent everywhere and have an opinion on it, or Ms. Petros, or the mayor, or Mr. Moss, or Figueroa, or Ms. McCormick, that's your jobs. And I'm not afraid of that. In fact, I welcome it because I understand why you're asking, and I'm prepared to answer you because I know why I spend and why my costs are what they are. I know every dollar of it, and whether it's necessary, whether I can squeeze it, whether I can take blood out of a rock. I'm down to bodies, and I need my bodies. Now, I know we talk about administrative staff. Sir, the military has support staff. The corporations have support staff. The government has support staff. I have members of my staff that literally have 4 different job titles to their name. They do the job of 4 people in one. These are not people who are just coming in, got about 2 hours worth of work, and then they're done for the day. These are people that have high level certification jobs that they do day in and day out to help our department to function. Take a look at your communications. I mean, my God, I remember when we were hit in 08 and 09 and things looked dire. And I made the suggestion that we could cut out $500,000 by taking our communications department and moving them to Miami-Dade, just eliminating them altogether. $500,000 we could save. And the outcry from the dais and the community was no way in hell. So those are part of those civilian support services. So my answer to you, sir, is I respect everybody on this council. I respect your ideas, your suggestions. I do not take any of this personally. I am a professional, and I'm here to do a professional job and to provide you with the most efficient, effective organization that I know of and that I could support through my flawless reaccreditations, that we actually do all the things in the best way possible that we could do them. And that's what we provide. However you determine the dollars will determine the levels of service. And that's what it really comes down to, is levels of service that the community expects and has come to want, and consistently sends us emails and phone calls wanting more and more and more. And we're doing the best we can. So thank you for your comments, sir. I appreciate that.
Councilmember McCormick.
Okay, I'll be brief in the interest of time. But Chief, first I'd like to say it's nice to see you looking so well. And I have a couple of just brief questions. The items that you've deferred, like the engines and things like that, do you have in place, I know the manager when she started talked about starting repair and replace programs. Have you thought about that or looked into that to be just knowing that the future is uncertain, to be perhaps more prepared when these you can no longer defer them?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly why we were able to take a look, and we wanted to replace those motors before we got into high maintenance costs. We have an internal service fund set up for all vehicles in the village of Key Biscayne. If we provide and encumber dollars into that every year, we can not have to have police cars that are 11 years old that I'm dealing with right now, that I'm putting thousands of dollars into major repairs to keep out on the street. So internal service funding and preparation for the future, we've got a 5-year strategic plan that we've told Benjamin about for our IT. We look long-term into the costs of our CAD, RMS, and the needs and what we will require down the road, the life of a computer, the life of a server, the life of a transfer unit, the life of everything that we have that makes us work. So yes, ma'am, I think about it every day. We talk about it. We prepare for it as best we can. This year just happened to be a year where we wanted to do some things. We understand and recognize the difficulty of doing everything that we wanted to do. And therefore we were able to back off and reduce almost $500,000 in costs that we had projected we were going to need this year. And by the way, I'm not even talking about our fleet that has the majority of its cars 10 and 11 years old that are emergency vehicles that we've got right now. So that didn't even come into the discussion or come into play tonight at all. We are just asking for the basics to keep us going.
Okay, and just a quick comment on the traffic unit and the report that you gave about the dedicated golf cart and the citations issued and the stops. I just really wanted to say thank you for that. And I hope that that type of effort continues, maybe not with overtime, but to continue to really focus on that problem, because it's been 4 years of me saying we have a real problem, and thank God no one has been seriously injured yet, but my fear is it's yet. So I just want to take this opportunity to tell you and your officers again that you have my absolute support in drawing a very hard line when it comes to traffic safety and specifically the golf carts.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll relay that.
Okay, anybody else have a comment?
I have a brief comment, very brief. Chief,
Veterans, and then Councilmember Laredo. Sorry, she raised her hand first.
Sorry.
Just a quick question, Chief Press. The restricted funds in our fund balance, that's law enforcement seizures. What can you use that money for, and does that come into play in your budget?
We can use that for only a limited amount of diverse practices. I've been able to purchase 2 boats that has cost the taxpayers nothing. We were able to purchase equipment such as the weapons and earlier, maybe 5-6 years ago, when our sidearm came into play, I was able to replace our old sidearms with all new weapons through that fund. We're extremely limited by federal government guidelines. I can do some training in it if I have a expense of training, and I've done that. We've sent some people. We don't send all our people to the academy. We like to hire already certified people. But there have been a couple of exceptions where we knew we had a person within our organization already that we wanted to send to the academy to become a police officer. So we've used those funds to do that. So those are the type of things that we could do with those funds. But if you'll bear with me, we do have guidelines that have been given to us by our law firm. We don't do anything without going to the firm because they have one person who's dedicated with all of their municipalities that they work with that just simply deals with forfeiture funds and what you can and cannot do with them. And by the way, under the Obama administration, this is not a political statement, those funds were frozen. And there was a lot of discussion that police departments around the country were abusing the use of those funds to the tune of, chiefs driving Cadillacs and, all kinds of things, buying tanks and just ridiculous things. So the Congress reviewed all of their policies regarding the use of those funds. So it's very strict, very restricted, and only a few things. It cannot be used for a general operating budgeted line item. It's got to be for new programs. For instance, if you all don't fund Retro Bill, I'm bringing Retro Bill because he does a tremendous job with our kids with our anti-bullying program. I feel that's important enough where I'll fund his coming down here and teaching our kids. It's that important to me. And we'll use the funds for things like that.
I was just curious if you were using those funds this year, given the restrictions in the budget and your desire to try to reduce things to offset some of the cuts?
Well, we're actually, ma'am, we don't have a ton of money in there right now. We've got in excess of $200,000. However, we have a DAG that is in the legal process right now for $2.2 million. That would come directly to the coffers of the Key Biscayne Police Department. And obviously, when that passes through the government scrutiny and the courts, it's already been given up by the bad guy. Now it's just got to go through the processes and then be disseminated. That is something that could do and provide tremendous benefits to the taxpayers of Key Biscayne. And at that point in time, we could be very generous in doing a lot of the things through that fund and not through you. Of course, thanks. They'll have to get your permission to do it, but you know what I'm saying. It won't be part of our operating cost.
Councilmember Lorado?
Hi, Chief, on your 16 years, or at least the last 5 years, if you recall, have you received directly for the police department any federal funds or state funds that came through, other than your personal contacts, through our lobbyists or anything like that?
No, sir. We have had a JAG grant and a BURN grant. Those are both state grants and national grants that give lump sums of money to Miami-Dade County to disperse amongst all local municipal law enforcement agencies, a percentage that is based on tax base of that community and actual needs and budgets of the communities they're giving money to, crime levels, etc. We average about $1,500 to $2,000 per grant. It actually would cost us more every year in man hours for the grant writing and the maintenance of the grant reporting than it does for what we've been able to get out of it. We've been able to get an electronic device, also known as TASER, Pickup One. We've been able to buy a laptop. We've been able to buy a specialized laptop for our Marine Patrol because it's waterproof. So they've been very minimal, not worth it.
No, I know, but what I was getting to, I think you already answered. I appreciate that, because I'm also looking at where to make cuts, and I'm trying to find any direct benefit from a lot of fees we pay for people who are lobbying for us. And at the end of the day, I don't see the money, and I just wonder if one day somebody knocked from our Washington office or something and said, we just found money that you can use. And I think the answer is no, which is, it helps me with I didn't mean to use you as an example, but that's the only way I can learn as I try to make up my mind. Because, at the end of the day, if we save 100,000 here, 200,000 there, we really can make an impact and concentrate on what's core business. And I just find even the money we've gotten from the state on parks, et cetera, for example, that we talked about so much, came because we have an excellent legislative representative, senator, and Congress. So the only, I'm very supportive of, maybe actually too supportive and too hard law enforcement. But I hope the answer to this question does not disappoint us. You don't have in your budget, and you don't hire any consultants, do you?
No, sir, we don't.
That gets me a great pleasure. You must be the only department that doesn't have consultants.
Just so you know, sir, I'm blessed to have been the former president of Miami-Dade County Chiefs. I've been on the national board of the International Chiefs of Police Association, and I've been the district representative for all of Dade Broward County for the Florida Police Chiefs Association. So I have experts all over the country. And when I have something difficult, I have a million people I can pick up a phone and ask for direction or what they've done or how they've done it. So I'm lucky in that respect.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's a good presentation, Chief. Really is.
I appreciate it.
Okay, anybody else, or can we move on? All right, let's move on. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Get better. Get
Thank you.
better.
Waiting on my test.
Chief Press, that was excellent. And thank you again for all of your service and for all of the officers. You guys are doing a great job. We appreciate it. Thank you. Chief Lang, you are up, sir, for the fire department.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, Madam Manager, and Jocelyn, our new clerk. Congratulations. Welcome. Chief Press is a tough act to follow. Hopefully, I'll be a little bit shorter. He covered some great points, and you may hear some similar comments. And we didn't compare notes, but every year I ask for an investment from the council. This year it's about $8.8 million, and it's a lot of money, and I don't take that lightly. I'm asking for that investment and you hear me talk about a funded workforce that's healthy and safe and engaged and trained to be able to provide excellent operations and keep our customers happy and to create that safe community. But at the end of the day, we offer services, right? And so most of you know what they are, but just a quick review, because a lot of times people think that nothing happens. The fire department doesn't do anything. Well, there are fires. You don't hear about them a lot, but we have electrical fires, we have car fires, we have golf cart fires, house fires, high-rise fires, and many of those are very technical. We have to work extremely hard to keep our skill sets up. And the way that we fight fire today and the way a fire burns today, believe it or not, is different than a fire burned 25 or 30 years ago. They're hotter, faster, and it's pretty technical and it's dangerous. But the reason you don't hear about fire so much is because we have outstanding fire prevention services. That's our fire marshal's office. Their job is to basically reduce the risk of fires. They want to make sure the alarms work and the sprinklers work, and we call them life safety systems, that they're in the buildings. And that literally reduces the risk. It keeps our fire deaths to zero, knock on wood. Why does that work? It tells us early that there's been a fire that has occurred in a building, and before a fire is in a full free burning stage, hopefully a sprinkler activates and puts out a growing fire that leaves what we call a smaller amount of work for firefighters with less number of people to do, which is what we staff with our 8 people on duty minimum staff. We were inspecting to prevent fires. So that Fire Prevention Bureau, they do a tremendous amount of work. You know, we have firefighter paramedics that we run our emergency medical services with. We take care of the traumas and the strokes and the car accidents and the pedestrian hits and the bicycle accidents and the boating accidents. And I can assure you that I've walked out of my office. I've seen staff from the police department just last week from bicycle accidents that have happened right outside our door, 1,000 feet in either direction. And those individuals need to be treated. And sometimes there's multiple calls that happen at once. Not too long ago during a council meeting, we had a gas leak. The hazardous material team came out, but we have to go there first. I'm hearing a lot of discussion about services, and we offer CPR services. This thing called Stop the Bleed. What does that mean? Well, there's been more active shooter emergencies. This is a boating community. There's been a lot of accidents on the water where people see traumas, and show people how to stop the bleed or change the outcome of trauma. In 2015, I think you remember me talking about the opioid crisis, which I'll touch on again. We had this risk reduction program. Those are services. Everybody knows what COVID is now, and so therefore you know what emergency management is. Emergency management is what ran COVID. I don't think you know, we don't have a full-time emergency manager here. The manager is our emergency manager, and they relies heavy on the staff, on the fire department and the fire department staff to fill in for what a full-time emergency manager does. We were aware and on top of this developing storm a few days ago, and hurricane preparation, response, recovery. We're fully engaged to react to what we're preparing for, even as recently as this weekend. Chief Press alluded to something pretty interesting, And I kind of sum it up like this. He goes, as responders, we're dynamic decision makers to address an emergency. That means we don't have a lot of time and we have to think on the fly. And that takes a lot of time to develop. And you can't just hire a guy off the street and put him in these situations. And so it takes a lot of training and expertise and experience to have the professionals to make the right decision. And it doesn't matter if I'm here or I'm not here, the men and women that we hire are making those decisions when the emergencies happen. I know you have a budget book, and on page 9, there was a table, if you will, and it had, I refer to that as our scorecard, or those are some of the components that are on our scorecard. And that comes off of a bigger piece of paper. You can't see it, but I got this big spreadsheet here that we look at sometimes weekly, monthly, and it drives our data. So we make data-driven decisions. And so some of the things that are on there is overall EMS satisfaction. So our customers are happy. They're some of the happiest in the country. How many times are we out there engaging with the community? Our response times, our average response times being less than 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Right now they're running 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Over 90% of the time we respond to calls 6 minutes or less, both for EMS and for fire. We collect money. We want to make sure that our collection rates are going well. Why? We got to make sure we get the right data. We got to get the right patient information and insurance information. We look at our overtime constantly. So we know where our expenses are and what drives overtime. Our sick time drives overtime. Our vacancies drive overtime. Our injuries drive overtime. And we do things to try to mitigate those things. We look for grants. And we bring in grant funding every year. We bring in a little bit of money, and we're always looking for more opportunities. Actually, I think the manager just set up an appointment the other day. All of those things I just mentioned, they align with your goals, your objectives, the quality of life, the efficient government, and the resiliency goals. And those 5 goals that I put out earlier for the fire department, money, workforce, operations, customers, and safe community. Those goals align with your goals. And so I believe we're making informed decisions. In this particular budget, there are a few things that are out of my control that drove some of my costs to the tune of approximately $300,000. It was life, health, and disability increases, workers' comp increases, and property liability increases. I did have an increase in my budget. If you took that away, to the tune of about $168,000. And that is to maintain our personnel, our capital investment, which is our buildings, our fire trucks, and the equipment we need to respond to emergencies. I don't know how many times I heard former council member Gary Gross's name spoke about tonight, but I had already had some of the history of the fire department written in, and I think some of you may remember Colonel Camardi. He was part of the steering committee, and his family had dropped off for me before he passed some documents, and he had a ton of clippings. What kind of pizza is that, Ed? So a ton of clippings. I know you like your pizza. He had all these clippings, and it has all this information about the history of how we started. And in the early 90s, 91, there was a steering committee, and it was made up of many people that we know in this community. I remember those times. I was here. And we looked at ways to deliver fire service to this community. I didn't know this, but one of the proposals on the table was to contract for 6 years with the city of Miami. And there was a look at a private fire service. There was a look at public safety fire service. And the recommendation that the steering committee made was that Key Biscayne wanted its own fire department. The steering committee made the recommendation to the trustees, we want our own fire department. And they knew it was going to cost a little bit more. And that's what happened. Myself and 12 members in total were hired in 1993. It's a testament that we picked the right people, and it's a testament to what we've created over the last 28 years here. If you think back in the 90s, I can tell you because I experienced it, and if you don't believe me, there's many, many other people that you can talk to. Key Biscayne Fire Rescue matured, and every year we've increased our level of service. And in about the year 2000, we created the ability to run 3 simultaneous medical responses by adding 1 individual to each shift, where we had a staffing of 8, which is pretty interesting because that's our minimum staffing today, which is 8. Everybody remembers the Great Recession in 2008. Well, on the heels of the Great Recession, we reduced our administrative staff. I had 2 additional people that were on staff. They were lieutenants, and we put them back on the floor. We reassigned them. We didn't hire anybody new. And we basically assigned 35 people to the floor. And we call the floor, those are the red trucks that are in the station, they're on shift. And when we put those individuals back there, we reassigned the responsibilities, just like Chief Press was talking about how people wear different hats. Well, we reassigned those responsibilities. And if you go to other departments, assistant chiefs that are on staff typically have these positions for EMS and training and what we call administration, which deals with a lot of the things that need to happen in the station. And they're supported by myself and the 2 deputies and our administrative assistants. When we added, since 2009, since we made that change, we're still operating with the same core of that. We added 1 additional person to fire prevention, and that cost was offset by permit fees. And in 2015, the only position that was added that became a cost from 2009 was a part-time, at the time it was called community outreach, and I'm changing the language to program manager because of the national crisis related to opioids. We, believe it or not, in Key Biscayne, we were impacted by it. And we, in my opinion, had a true impact on the crisis that the kids and the families were suffering through in the village. And we're still working on that today. We still provide that service. There was a claim made to council, and I'll quote it. It says that it implied that the requests are expensive from the fire department. I'm quoting, the requests are expensive, they provide little benefit and create a more bloated bureaucracy. I wholeheartedly disagree with that statement. And as Chief Press said, I welcome an outside agency, an individual to come in, and I think I heard a number of $75,000 was going to be the cost to bring in a consultant to tell us what I believe that, I'll tell you what they're going to say. They're going to probably say we're understaffed, just like 2 or 3 other outside individuals have told us in the past. We are constantly, it's constantly confirmed by the people that we're a responsive, responsible, effective, and quantifiably efficient organization. And I talk to people all the time. I get letters constantly that thank us for our professionalism, thank us for the work that we did. And that's not by accident. And we've been able to quantify that's not by accident, because we thought we were good and we were able to move the needle to actually improve the customer service, our customer satisfaction, because of the training that we're providing to our men and women, and that we're picking the right people. So the budget that's in front of you has authorized 41 and a half people. It says 42. The half stands for a part-time person. And that's on page 11 in your budget book. And I covered where where that addition is from 2009. And there's not a lot of fat in this budget. Everybody, and Chief Press took the words like right off my paper, but like everybody that we have in our department has a role, and there's a need that they fill, and anything less than the individuals that we have will reduce the efficiency and effectiveness of our department. I constantly remain available to each of you. I've spoken with a number of you over the last month or so, and I have historically. I'm available to the public to answer questions and go into the budget. And I welcome, as Ed knows, I welcome the discussion. And if you want to go line by line and dollar by dollar, I'm completely open to it. And that's my presentation.
Okay. Who wants to go first? Councilmember Petros? Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Mayor, I was just gonna say before we start, Councilmember Petros, it's coming up on 11. It's
Yeah.
10:50. So do you want to make a motion to extend or?
Yeah, I'll move to extend until 11:20.
Yeah, and that's about it, Mayor, because we also need to go back to the millage question before we adjourn, right?
Yes.
Manager? We that's a big decision today.
Correct, yes.
Well,
Okay.
we're setting for trim notice. We're not establishing the final trim.
Well, I understand, but that's a pretty important decision.
I agree with you
Okay.
100%. It's the most important decision we'll make up here, but, okay.
Oh, 11:20. Okay,
20.
thanks.
Do I have a second? Can we,
I second.
okay, let's go.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
Good evening, Eric. I had one question on you stated the starting salary of firefighters, and I wanted to know how you set that starting salary and if you evaluate that over time and where we are in the market.
So great question. That salary is a negotiated item. It's in the collective bargaining agreement. If you remember, there was a lot of discussion about salaries and benefits. And for years, it's been important to me as the fire chief, as a director, and even previously, that we're in the market. And the market is who we compete against. And we've lost members to, Miami-Dade County, City of Miami, Miami Beach, Palm Beach County, and Coral Gables, for some examples. And if you recall, we were in the market of our salary at the time when we negotiated the contract. And I know that we had a brief discussion the other day about trying to make sure that we remain in the market so we can make decisions on, at least when you're negotiating, where we're going to end up. So that is the starting salary. It's in the collective bargaining agreement. And at the time it was competitive.
Your operating supplies had a pretty big jump. They went up 27%. And I just wanted to know if there's a specific reason for that.
Yeah, operating supplies. So basically I have this in the memo. I put it all in here.
Sorry.
Operating supplies.
Know it then.
I just want to go there. That way everyone's kind of following along, if you will. One of the big reasons that increased was we have adopted a cancer initiative, and there's been some changes in the company that cleans our uniforms, and there have been more costs associated with that. And so in our uniform line item, we allocated $12,324. That was based on actual costs. And the standard, what we used to do, so is we used to fight a fire, if you will, or go into a fire. And say it was a house fire or a car fire, and and you would go in the fire and you would come out and you take your gear off, you put it in the truck, maybe you even put it in your dorm room, take it off, and you wouldn't wash it until I guess it got so wet, and until you decided to wash it. And one of the things that we found is there's carcinogenics that build up on the gear, and the best practice is after every entry that we end up washing and cleaning our gear. We actually have a partnership where if we have to swap out gear on the spot with the City of Miami, we can do that, but we still have to clean it and get it back in service. So that's associated with modern day safety practices.
So I should have asked Chief Press this, but I didn't, and so you're going to have to take the question because I would ask the same of him. But looking at overtime, and I know our council's had a lot of conversations about overtime, if we just made a blanket request or passed, I guess, whatever we would do, but for a 25% decrease in overtime as a line item across all departments, would you be able to make that work?
So here's the really blunt, honest answer. I can tell you anything I want right here, but I have to have a minimum number of people on the trucks every day. And as you pointed out, you know, we know that this is going to be the norm in our life, this COVID crisis. I have to try to staff those individuals. I don't know what that's going to bring. I would say that that's a risk to the norm for us for staffing, and so we can make a cut to that line item, but I can do everything in my power to try to, you know, eliminate all other costs associated with overtime, but I have to be able to staff people on those trucks. And that number is, it's affected by the amount of vacancies I have, the amount of sick time I have, the amount of people I have injured, as you know. And then if there's any money that's left over in overtime, we try to take advantage of conducting training, because we, just like Chief Press said, we're so small, we can't do it any other way. And sometimes we try to optimize when there's a little bit of room in there. We'll spend it on training, because I can't send a truck out of service because of minimum staff. So if you want to cut it, and you know, you can direct it to cut, but I can't guarantee that number is not going to come back increased.
I guess the hard thing for me, and again, it's not just your department, but I feel like we are asked and we approve a department that's fully staffed. And if we're approving fully staffed departments, I have just such a hard time understanding why we have to have such high dollars for overtime. And, you know, I recognize that there's always justification, and yet I feel like there must be a way to be able to cut it. And that's the only way I can think of is kind of having like a mandate on a reduction. But I haven't spoken to anyone else about that. I'm just contemplating it and throwing it out there. So those are all my questions.
Okay.
Member London, I see you. I see you. You had some pizza, so you're all fired up now.
Well, not only do I have discussions with Chuck, I also talked to Eric, also a dear friend, and a guy I respect. And then, of course, I do my own calculations. And he has to have 8 people on staff. And when you multiply that all out by the number of people, they work 48-hour weeks, you do the whole multiplication, he has 3 more people than would be necessary, assuming that everybody took 4 weeks vacation, not that everybody gets 4 weeks, but everybody over 8 years gets 4 weeks vacation, and everybody was sick at least 3 weeks a year. So basically, because that's how many sick days they get. So basically they work 45 weeks a year. If they all got sick 3 weeks, and excuse me, and they took 4 weeks of vacation. So doing all that, you still have 3 extra people, which then goes to Katie's thing. Well, if you have 3 extra people, why do you have so much overtime? Then you get to other things, which is, again, this is not Eric's. Eric is saddled with these things, and this is what his costs are high, but they're not his problem. They're the problem of council and what they did in the last contract and a few other things. One of the things they did was say, listen, if you get sick, you basically have 10 days, you have basically 3 weeks a year that you can add to use for sick, or if you don't use it, you add to your bank. But the bank is limited to 480 hours. But what happens at the end of 480 hours? Well, guess what? Sell it to the village. So each year they sell it to the village, and Benjamin can give you the number. I think it's somewhere between $200,000 and $400,000 it costs the village. Then the next thing they have is that the vacation time. Well, with the fire department, they're very fortunate that basically what they can do is they have shift exchange. So if they want to take a vacation, they do shift exchange with some friends, and basically they don't have to use their vacation time. So what can they do? They sell it back to the village. So we buy the village time, we buy that time. And there's a number of other things which you see in what I presented to you. And again, there was only a question of maybe 1 or 2 people excess, especially I don't want to make that new full-time, half-time person, which was to teach people CPR, and now we're doing other things. It's just, again, that's what I was talking to Eric about. I just think it's a bloated bureaucracy. It's not necessary. Now, what happens with the overtime? Well, the overtime, if you have all these people, and then you create a new classification called floaters, and you take the lowest, seniority people, the newest people, and basically they're not assigned to an A, B, or C division or shift, whatever you want to call it. And they fill in when people don't show up or they're sick or whatever else happens. Then the other thing I suggested, we have 3 chiefs, Eric and 2 other chiefs. And the chiefs now all work the same time. So my suggestion is that the chiefs rotate. One works 3 days a week, the other one works 4 days a week, and then they rotate. So there's a chief there, deputy chief there at all times. More so that he can also be the 8th man on the going out on calls. Normally 7 go out and 1's available. He could be that 1. Doing all these things would lower overtime tremendously and lower all the other costs. I've given you all these things and you look at, and like, again, you probably won't do a damn thing about it, but at least you can see them. And none of these things can be done. Most of them can't be done until the new contract is negotiated. But if it's negotiated, you can save, let's come up to close to $1 million. Anyway, that's it.
Eric, do you have any responses? I mean, you know,
I think a lot of that has to do with contract negotiations, Ed.
Right.
It's beyond you right now.
And the other thing I would say is that, you know, if anybody wants to explore what Ed had to say, then just like Ed has come in and Katie came in and spoke with me about some things, you know, let's talk about it. And I'll give you my professional opinion. And I think it's going to have an impact in a lot of places. And so so part of the balanced scorecard approach, for what it's worth, is to make sure it's balanced. If you're solely looking at the financial aspect, you're going to have impacts in other areas. Sometimes they're considered unintended consequences, but that's why you have professionals to understand what the impacts are. You know, I would encourage you to meet with me and we can go over it.
Anybody else? All right, Chief. Well, I appreciate what your department does. Again, this community expects a class 1 fire department, and that's what we get. So I appreciate everything you all are doing, and keep it up. Keep going. Councilmember McCormick, I apologize.
No, that's okay. It wasn't related to fire. Before we get, I think we have a couple of minutes before we have to get into the setting of the trim. I had something I discussed with the manager today that I wanted to run by you guys. And again, I apologize that it's late, but the night kind of went away from us. But when we went through CIP, if anyone wants to look at it now, it's in your budget book, tab 18. And if you look at it, you'll notice this transfer from general fund working capital, which we know to be the first reimbursement from Hurricane Irma. And what I discussed with the manager today was this sort of idea of the money for Hurricane Irma we took out of the general fund. And now we're taking our reimbursement, we're putting it in CIP instead of back into the general fund. And there were 2 different projects in CIP for next year that are both part of the Complete Streets project. But instead of waiting to fund it out of the general obligation bond, assuming it passes, assuming it gets through tomorrow night or whatever, they could be funded through the GOB and we don't need the money now. So my idea would be that instead of the 2 complete streets, which would be the traffic circles and the electrical updates on Crandon Boulevard for the Christmas lights, if they were deferred and then possibly funded out of the GOB, we would basically get the money that is needed to bridge the gap between where we are now and the millage rate as it was in the previous budget. So the difference between the previous budget and this budget, I think, and Andrea, please jump in if I'm getting this wrong, but I think it's about $661,000. And these 2 complete streets projects add up to 625. So that gets us very, very close and even under the rollback rate. It's sort of a philosophical shift of saying, I don't want to take what was general fund money that we put towards Irma, then we got it reimbursed. I'd like to put it back in the general fund. And also saying, while these projects are important, they are part of Complete Streets and should possibly be funded out of the general obligation bond. Thoughts?
mean, I don't know what the costs are to do such a small GOG. I mean, $600,000 is probably very, very
No,
small.
Brett, I'm sorry, you're misunderstanding me.
Okay.
I'm saying if we pass the GOB and we do the Complete Streets project, both of these
Well,
are part of Complete Streets. They
Part of
would be
that, and
done
do it at
then.
another time? And
Yes.
do it another time. Okay.
Do it
okay.
another time and fund it a different way.
Okay, okay, understand. Thanks.
Allison, I'm not opposed to your idea. However, I don't see either one of those really aligning with resiliency. Because they seem more exterior as far,
Well, the
lighting.
traffic circles, I think, is definitely part of that. Well, first of all, part of Complete Streets, but it's part of resiliency. If the road is getting raised, the traffic circles shouldn't be pressed.
I guess more about the electrical, sorry.
It's
I was looking at
125,000.
landscape.
You don't have to, I mean, but you could also just decide we want to wait a year on the Christmas lights because it's, a tough year. But or keep it in there. I'm just trying to look for a way to close that gap and also to settle with myself this idea of taking that IRMA money and putting it all into CIP, which I'm not sure that I really agree with, given that it came out of the general fund to begin with. Now, Ed will probably tell me what Tom always does, that money is fungible, but I like to keep my buckets.
The colors.
Yeah.
Don't start
I
with
was
the
destined
colors.
for government.
Ed, did you want to say something?
No, I'm just laughing. That was all right.
Okay.
Don't know if the manager wants to weigh in.
Yeah, manager?
Yeah, so you're pretty almost spot on with the numbers, and in principle, we did speak about using fund balance. It is obviously a very common practice. I think the one cautionary thing we spoke about was you don't want to use fund balance to fund recurring operations. So I think that's why we sort of gravitated toward those one-time expenditures within CIP. So,
and we talked about that today too. So, full disclosure of the conversation we had, Benjamin and Andrea both did caution this idea of sort of plugging a gap in the general fund with a one-time opportunity. I felt okay about it because I felt that our revenues being down in some areas related to COVID were not necessarily going to be an ongoing year after year after year kind of funding hole. And I also felt that we've had additional requests for some information related to Hurricane Irma that I'm optimistic that more reimbursements will be coming in. Again, Andrea and Benjamin were not comfortable budgeting that way. And so that's why we don't see it. And I get that, and it's responsible, but I felt that this was an opportunity that at least I wanted to share with everyone, because that is some way that we could try to get to where we want to be.
Right. So what do we need to do? What action do we need to take on this?
I'd like to make a motion. We said
On what?
We would
Let
have
the,
to decide, do we not want to do the traffic circles this year and wait and see if we want to include it in the larger Complete Streets project, or fund it differently next year if the GOB doesn't pass?
Shouldn't that be something that maybe we can give some direction to our manager, let her bring back what she believes, and then we do that in the actual hearing?
Yes, I really only brought it up because I know we're approaching the trim notice, and I wanted there to be an awareness, not that we even have to make the decision tonight, but an awareness that there are opportunities out there and things that we can maybe do so to make people comfortable when we set the trim notice, that it's not binding, and that hopefully I think we're all trying to get the actual millage lower than whatever we set. I mean, I would like to set it in a way that gives us the flexibility to be responsible, but it's certainly my goal to try to make it as close to what we saw last year.
Okay. Ed?
Well, listening to you, Allison, I agree with you. But normally, if you set the trim notice what it's going to be, that's what it usually winds up being. If you really want to be efficient, if you really, like Luis is saying, it's time to cut back, tighten our belts, do the other thing. You set a trim notice at a lower number, and then you make sure we get there. And you know what? Somehow or other we'll get there. I will set the trim notice at 3 mils, and let's get there. It's not that big of a deal to get there. I can see where we can save that kind of money. So I would make a motion to set the trim notice at 3 mils. Obviously, nobody's going to second. Where are you, Luis?
I second it. I second it. I couldn't turn on the, I second it.
How much is that reducing our budget, Andrea?
We're taking out 0.2781 mils.
At 3 mils, we would be about 2.15 million short.
We have $2.15 million.
So you're proposing that she finds $2.15 million to cut out of the budget.
Over the whole budget.
I disagree with your philosophy, Ed. I think I understand. I mean, it's the trim. Yeah, that's true. I think if we want to set goals, that's one thing. You start really messing with numbers like this where we have no recourse in September. What you're talking about is
you'll make it work. You know what? You'll make it work.
But that's sloppy government. That's bad government. That's irresponsible.
Money. And you know, take a tight thing. You heard what Luis is saying about people losing their jobs, people in Key Biscayne.
I understand that, and
the country. We're entering into a recession. It's going to get worse, not better. And you know, we really have to tighten our belts. That's all.
And far from being irresponsible, it is the only way. And I was part of an administration, the last one who balanced the budget and left the surplus. And this is the way we did it. I tried last year to do across the board, and I didn't even get a second. I don't know when we're going to start. I think that the philosophy is you set the goal of a cutback and management's responsibility to figure out how to work it.
But it's also simple as that.
Otherwise, we, it keeps going up. It keeps going up. I didn't want to talk about the fire chief, but in 2 years, it's gone up $1.2 million.
Part of that was compensated absences. I mean, there's a couple of issues.
Well, it doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, it's money.
I understand it's money, but my point is
people understand money and cash flow. I'm cash flow oriented, and I think we cannot seem to get to a point where we can say we have to cut, and we can always come back. I mean, we have to give instructions. It's used. I forgot the word they use in the federal government, where you basically are doing the same thing. Here it is, and you cut 2% or 3%, and it's your job. You're well compensated, manager and the directors of departments. You get it. You make it happen. And it worked. And it worked.
Vice Mayor, and then Councilman McCormick, and then I think I see Councilmember Segarola. You're after McCormick.
So my question to the manager is that making these types of cuts, are you able to give us the same level of service? Because in the end of the day, if we don't get the same level of service, and you can call cuts all you want, but that's not going to make people happy either. I mean, there is a consequences of what you're going to do with this information. I mean, Ed may have a completely different way of how he would address a big cut like this, but you're ultimately going to be the manager. You're making these decisions. What are you going to do if we do that? Because I think that this is irresponsible. One of the reasons, before you answer Andrea, is that we haven't even finished going through this workshop yet. We haven't finished the budget. I don't even know how the heck I could jump on board yet to do this. And I've never, this is the first time in my, my time being up there, and even many years before, that I've ever seen a workshop take this long. But we still haven't even finished it. And now we want to take a vote on bringing down $2.15 million. And I have no idea. I mean, I don't even know I would like to hear proposals from you of what you would cut if we needed to, and what would we suffer if anything, in that way. I mean, what do you think?
Right. So, listen, I think there are merits. I've spoken with the chiefs a lot about what we've been going through the past several months in this process. I think there are merits to the proposal that Councilmember London had put forth, but at the end of the day, cuts of that nature would rely on our chiefs to implement. And if the chiefs are not open to it, it can only work if they're wholeheartedly in support of these cuts, and we've heard from them. And there it is. I can direct them to do it, but wholehearted support cannot be commanded.
But
And
you're
so I
saying
think-
you're saying that to get the 2.15, we would be looking down the barrel of what Ed was proposing with our public safety. Basically, that's where the cuts are going to happen.
Well, that's why her answer is very unfair, because she says the chiefs, and we're talking about the whole budget.
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole
Okay?
budget.
I mean,
so
let's don't play games here of because obviously anything to do with public safety, it's a little sensitive. It's about across the board in the government, and it's under the federal government includes the Department of Defense, which is the ultimate defense of our safety, and it worked.
Right. So I would say that fair is something that I am, and I agree that the chiefs and the public safety departments are not the only areas. However, I was speaking to the specific proposal that had been made. So to Vice Mayor Moss, to answer your question, I mean, we'd have to go back to the drawing board and look at what services would be impacted. A cut of that magnitude would definitely impact services and would not be sustainable. So we would need to come back to you with a recommendation of what services would be cut and what service levels would be reduced. And I would not recommend that to that amount, to that tune of the 2.15 million.
What would you recommend?
My recommendation is before you. It is the same as we had proposed, even with the changes that we were directed to make.
So 3.2781 is the answer, Mayor.
The 3.2781.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. What was last year's?
3.195.
And the rollback rate is 3.21 something.
3.2189. 87, excuse me.
Councilmember McCormick and then Councilmember Segurola.
I just want to comment on cuts like this. To look at it, we learned at our meeting the other day, our salaries are about 58% of our budget, and much of that is subject to collective bargaining agreements, which are currently in place. And so we're really talking about making $2 million of cuts out of 42% of the budget. And I feel that's going to heavily impact services that people really enjoy. But I would like to say that I personally found money where we can happily sit at the rollback rate. Maybe even if we go the full way, we can even get to where we are now. But the idea of going to the state minimum 3.0 in a year where our property values also decrease, that's just drastic. And I think it's going to impact our residents in ways that they're not asking us, at least they're not asking me. I'll speak for myself to do that. I'm comfortable at what the manager suggested as a trim. I'm not comfortable there for an actual millage rate. And I think that we can get there. I made my own suggestion of how, and I even could probably wrap my mind around a rollback rate as a trim, but 3.0, no. And especially not at 11:30 at night when we don't know what those impacts are. Figure it out and bring it before we vote on the actual millage in September. But to do it now and not know what those impacts are going to be to our residents.
All right, can we extend then for a couple minutes? We're at 11:20.
Yeah, I'll give us till 11:30.
Motion, please. Thank you.
Motion. Second.
Okay, Councilmember Segurola?
Voted? It was all in favor?
Yeah, all in favor. Everybody's
Yes.
in favor.
Yeah, thank you.
If anybody opposes, we don't remove.
In spirit, I would love to go down to 3.0. I just don't know how feasible that is. I think the realistic, responsible thing to do would be to set the trim notice at the rollback rate. Like that, we will be generating the same amount of tax revenue as last year. It'll be a slight increase to our residents. We can come down to it, but it will be definitely less than the budget that we have before us, which will require us to create savings and show our residents that we are fighting on their behalf. So my motion would be to set the trim at the rollback rate.
And I'm going to second Ignacio's motion.
We have a motion on the
We
floor.
already have a motion to go to 3.0. Let's vote on that and then let's hear the second.
Okay.
There was no second on that.
There was
Yes,
a
well,
second.
there was.
Laredo
Laredo
seconded
did
its
it.
motion.
Okay.
So let's vote. The roll call, please. At 3.0.
Jocelyn, you're mute.
The motion is to set the trim notice at 3 mils.
Correct.
Okay. Vice Mayor Moss,
No.
Councilmember Petros,
No.
Councilmember Segurola,
No.
Mayor Davy,
No.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick,
No.
motion fails.
Now we have a second
We have
motion.
a second motion made by Councilmember Segurola, seconded by Councilmember McCormick.
Before that moves forward, Andrea, how much money are we talking about between the 3.781 and the 3.2187?
So 3.2781 and 3.21.
500,000.
87.
Half a million.
Yeah, about 465,000 shortfall.
I'm sorry, the motion is to
Go to the
set the
rollback
trim
rate.
notice at the rollback rate. And the rollback rate is
3.2189.
887.
7.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Say
sorry.
that again.
3.2187.
That's the rollback rate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Good. I just wonder if Segurola, who made the, could explain to me what you're doing. Is it too, if it's too late? If not, I don't want to.
Set to the
What-
rollback rate.
So that's about the same as what the manager is proposing, correct?
A little lower.
It was last year.
It's lower. It'll generate the same amount of tax revenue as last year. It will be, I think, 0.2 higher than last year's rate.
Not even.
Right.
0.1 something.
0.02.
0.02 as opposed to almost an entire point.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
Mayor Davy,
No.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
No.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss,
Yes.
motion carries.
Let's go adjourn.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Right.
Everyone
Thank
have a
you.
great night.
Good night.